Hello, everyone, and welcome to the U.S. Collegiate Rapid Championship hosted by USCF, of course, and chess.com. My name is Joe. I'm the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, and I'm joined by National Master John Williams, also known as Butta. John, we've got a game here, I believe, from board one, Grigori Oparin versus Daniel Gould from Baylor. And of course, Grigori is from Mizzou. He's been watching his games for the Collegiate Chess League playoffs, and now he's in the U.S. Rapid Championship. Do you know anything about the U.S. Rapid Championship, John? Have you heard of this event before? This is kind of a new one.
I'm not. Can you tell me more?
Yeah, so this actually started as a tournament back in 2019 was the first year that they created this, and it was actually in person in St. Louis. I believe hosted at Webster. But it's a newer format, but essentially there's a Rapid and Blitz. This is the Rapid Championship. The Blitz is going to be next Sunday, a week from today. And it's a really good team event, essentially. It's four individuals, but the top four players from each school will count towards the team prize. And there's also a title for the individuals. So it's a good Swiss tournament, and you cannot get paired against your own teammates from the same school, which is really fun.
That is
Um,
cool.
yeah, so there's a lot of national titles at stake here for this tournament. This is going to decide the best U.S. college rapid player as an individual, as well as best team for the top four scorers. So, who's your favorite? There's a lot of strong teams from Texas and Missouri. I gotta say that's probably one of my picks.
I think probably Mizzou is my pick to take
Really?
this one. Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of talented players from perhaps UT Dallas or UT Rio Grande Valley that will want to prove you wrong, as well as Webster and SLU for the other Missouri schools. But yeah, there's also a ton of other players from other schools, of course. Daniel is one of the club leaders from Baylor, which is good to see, and he's going up against Grigori Oparin here in round one. So yeah, do you like this 10+5 format?
Yeah, it's kind of fun. I think it's interesting, and I also think it's more befitting of like online. So I'm kind of excited to see when games start getting down closer to the time control, how the players handle the 5 second increment. But the thing is, you can't take too much time. Like if we look at this game we're watching right now with Grigori and Daniel, Daniel's time is getting pretty low pretty quickly. We're still only on move 17 and he's getting close to that 3 minute mark. So we'll see how he tries to manage his time as it continues to tick down.
And I already see, true to Grigori fashion, he's only used 9 seconds of his clock, whereas Daniel has used about 7 minutes. That's not a good recipe for success. Do you see why Daniel's feeling some pressure already? Like what perhaps could be taking him so much time?
I think the biggest thing strategically that we have to look at here is Grigori accepting an isolated pawn. And when you accept an isolated pawn, it usually means that you want to play pretty aggressive, and that's exactly how Grigori has approached this. He sacked a pawn early on e4, and in exchange has gotten not only the bishop pair, but huge pressure, um, very natural development for his pieces. And, you know, the rooks are disconnected for Daniel. The bishop is still undeveloped, and now he's exposed his king by playing g5, and Grigori has quickly sacrificed a piece, and I don't see this going very well for Daniel here, unfortunately. I think
Oof.
he has rightly been spending a significant amount of time.
Yeah, but not finding a good defense, as you said, G5 just really weakening the king. Grigori tosses the knight away just for this pen and opening up this king, and now the rook is joining the equation. Grigori has more time than he started with, and this is going to end quite quickly. I don't see a good defense for all the threats that are to come.
Incredibly, the queen is essentially trapped, right? It needs to try to get out of this pin, but the only two squares available are e8 and e7. because the two pawns are still on d7 and c7 and the bishop on c8, sort of boxing the queen in. So unfortunately, it looks like rook f3 and bishop takes f6 is an unstoppable threat that's going to pretty much end the game on the spot.
Yeah. Um, have you had a chance to look at the pairings, the rosters, or I see. I probably am expecting you to be on the events page, but let me send you perhaps our little Google Doc that we're working out of right now. That's where I see all the players. I see Benjamin Gladura is playing against Sparky the dog. Maybe we take a look at that game.
Yeah, we could definitely check that one out. Let's see. So Ben's spending more time here than Grigri was, but again, I think getting a very interesting sort of comfortable position here with black. Not playing too committal except with the H pawn, but looks like it could be kind of an exciting game here.
Well, I do want to mention a little bit about the players. Sparky the dog is Joe from University of Buffalo. He's one of
Hello,
our
Joe.
ambassadors, exactly. Gladura, I don't know if he needs much of an introduction, but he's one of the best players in college right now. He's, of course, representing Webster University. Um, so yeah, I'm excited to see in these later rounds when the top players start getting paired. They're definitely gonna give us a treat to watch, especially like when you get these rivalry matchups like Webster versus Mizzou.
Yeah, it should be some really exciting games coming. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, and of course this is a national event, but I do want to mention that this could be like a warm up to more college rivalry events that we see later down the road at like Pan Am's, for example, which is going to happen in January. So it's really cool that this event could be held online, as it gives a lot more players an opportunity to play and compete. But it also gives players that are familiar with each other a chance to get reacquainted and play again, um, as perhaps a warm up. Of course, Pan Am's is a really big event, but this is a big one as well because we're giving away national titles, championships. So lots to play here for these players.
Definitely very very exciting, and I'm sure as we get down to the end and all those top teams are, of course, fighting for first place, we'll get some exciting games to say the least.
So yeah, I see Gladora. He's up about 4 minutes. Sparky Joe here is now under 2 minutes, but positions faring a bit better, I would say here for Daniel, or for Joe compared to what we saw Oparin doing to Daniel. These players are already getting paired against like 2,000 rated players, which is pretty cool. I think that the pairings though are based off USCF, which is because this is a USCF event, and it's also USCF online rated, which is pretty cool. Have you ever played in USCF online event or no?
I have actually, a couple years ago, an event that I was not aware was rated, but
Oh,
nonetheless, I beat an IM in the event, so it ended up working out for me. But but yeah, that's my only experience with something like this.
and I'm assuming that you didn't have a chance to play in this event. I myself did not. So, but this seems like something really cool. Like a fun opportunity for college players to play against each other. Would you have played in this if it was around? Did you have an opportunity to play in this?
I didn't have an opportunity. I probably would have. It definitely seems like something that I would have really enjoyed for sure.
And yeah, I think that just goes to show how much college chess is really growing, which is really cool. We've kind of created this community. Um, And there's like all these events that are popping up now. People are running things themselves. Like USCF seems to be paying more attention. Oh, and we have a blunder here from Sparky. Unfortunately, bishop to b5. I think only defended by the knight, and the knight is immediately snapped with tempo on the
Yeah,
queen. I think maybe white's considering some like intermezzo on d7, but it's just too well defended by black.
yeah, quite a few pieces there. So pretty unfortunate, but Sparky, did their best to fight valiantly, I would say.
Yeah, and now the knight's falling as well. So the top
Mhm.
players look to be doing well here. That's round one for them. Um, maybe is the Oparan game still going on? No, that finished too. Uh,
Let's see, have there been any upsets so far at all?
I'm not sure.
It doesn't look like it. It looks like all of the every single game that's finished so far, I think the higher rated player has won, even on the lower boards. Oh my God. Joe, how did we miss him? Our boy Seaman Cannon is playing. We got to check out his game.
Is
All right.
he
It's
playing right
down
now?
near the very bottom.
Well, my problem is I'm not looking at the. Oh, I see him now. All right. So this is one of the players from Texas Tech playing against Ron Weasley's chess coach. And let's see, where's Ron Weasley's chess coach from? Ah, he's from Webster. So this is Texas Tech versus Webster.
Kind of a big first round matchup. Will uh, Ron Weasley's coach decide to take on B2? Great username, by the way. Let's hope that Seaman Cannon isn't the only upset in the first round here.
Um, yeah, and Ron Weasley, he's got this like default profile picture, 1600 flat rating. Like it's he's from Webster, right? Like, could this be a new
Very
account?
interesting.
Is this a new account, you think?
Are you accusing this person of being a Smurf?
No, no, I'm not saying that they're smurfing. I'm just saying that it could be a new account, right? So I'm not sure because when I see a players from Webster, I immediately think that they're good. You know,
Mm,
maybe it's a stereotype. Maybe not every chess player from Webster is good.
yeah, it seems like maybe a little bit of a stereotype.
I just, if I ever visit the Webster campus, I'm gonna just be like, oh wow, all these players are so good at chess.
I mean, look, I don't think that Ron Weasley's chess coach is 1600. I feel like he had to be a little bit better than that, but his knight is also about to get trapped on h5. So, you know, there's a little give and take here.
How do you trap the knight on h5?
On g4.
You play g4 and then knight to g7.
Well, yeah, I just saw bishop f8. Like that's
Ah,
why
okay.
black played bishop f8.
Wait, is the events page on delay?
It might be.
Well, the stream should also be on delay. Hi PG Blee, PJ Blee. Now I'm wondering how quick the chat is gonna respond to like what we're saying. I haven't streamed on delay before, so this is the first experience for me. This is also the
What
first
kind of
time.
delay did you put on?
It's only 1 minute, so it's not that bad.
Okay.
um, but delay nonetheless. Um, but yeah, Ron Weasley only has a minute and a half. Um, Conan has just over 5 minutes, so that's pretty good. Um, looking at some other. Ooh, I see Robani. There's Alexei Sorokin. There's so many good players. We have Anna Maria playing against a woman FIDE master. That's interesting. I am chess
from
chess.
Japan.
Let me look up who this is.
That's a pretty close game
Oh,
too.
this is Karen Hoshino from SLU.
Hmm.
So we have a woman grandmaster from Webster against a woman FIDE master from SLU. This is cool stuff.
That is pretty cool.
Also, hello Amadeus Burrito.
Hello.
Yeah, we do have a guest appearance from but in the next
Indeed.
20 minutes or so, we'll have another guest joining us. Uh, Perhaps a better known chess master. Although
That's a little bit of an understatement, but
Butta is definitely a well-known master in his own right. But we do have one of these schools' coaches joining us. I'll use that as a hint. I won't say
oh,
which school, but he is a grandmaster. I don't know if that narrows it down at all.
oh my God, that's insane.
I think every coach for these schools is a grandmaster, to be fair.
Oh my
Um,
God, that's insane.
yeah.
You like Taylor Swift, Joe?
Is that, wait, who?
Never
Taylor
mind.
Swift?
Don't worry
Did,
about it, Joe.
I don't know that song.
Clearly not.
I heard Ron Weasley was Han's favorite Harry Potter character. That's interesting information. Okay, are you looking at Anna Maria's game?
I'm not.
Well, she's playing against Karen Hoshino from SLU. And both players are at about 2 minutes, so it's actually kind of close in the time control. It looks to me like black is invading a little bit in space. This king for white is a little less safe.
Yeah,
And
in general, I think black is better here. Like, just due solely to king safety. And black at some point potentially can try to break through on the queen side with a4 when appropriate.
that makes sense. Well, the
The real question black has to answer is, do they want to try to play for f5 at some point? I think maybe you have to try to generate some winning chances here, or else I don't think there's enough to get through. But white always has the counter with c5 that black needs to be a little bit worried about. So
mm,
figuring out when to break and how to break is going to be a difficult question to answer. Although I would love to see a short Timon style king walk here. King g7, f6, g5, h4 could be tons of fun. So
that's
we'll just have to stay tuned for that.
that's a classic. That's a classic. What's the famous one? Wasn't there like a
Short Timon.
yeah short game? I was gonna say yeah.
Yeah.
Um, well,
Black does opt for f5 here though.
and now I like Rook A1. That first off gets off the sight of the queen, so that kind of liberates our queen on C3 a little bit. But also it attacks A5, which is the defender of the rook on B4. But now we
Very
see
true.
Anna Maria is getting in with the queen here. A lot of checks, right? And if you go to G2, there's going to be more checks on H3.
Uh-oh.
And running this way, there's maybe queen F4. There it is. And now we have to go back to either E2 or F2. And now queen H2. King comes back up.
Queen
Queen check.
g1 though?
And now is there king to D2?
King d2? I'm going queen f2 check.
And then bishop E2.
If you do that, I might get tricky and go like, I don't know. Is there an e4 in there somewhere?
E4. Wow. Well,
Maybe not because of rook h1, I guess.
ooh, rook H1. That's a nice counterattack. The point is after E4, the queen opens up on the long diagonal. And the rook and
Although
queen.
here, maybe now after king d2, we just see queen c5.
Queen C5 is interesting. I was thinking, oh, going back, and now white has an opportunity to take on A5, and this opens up some more checks.
Or queen f2 check, bishop b2, queen b6 was an idea. But just rook b7, don't really like that here from Anna Maria.
Yeah, and she's getting low on time. This could be our first upset, since Karen Hoshino is the underdog in this scenario. And we saw Anna Maria playing in the Collegiate Chess League final, not the finals, the playoffs yesterday. Um, Also in a rapid time control. There's a little bit more increment on this one.
Queen
But
B6 here, maybe still.
queen, yeah, just queen, rook back to A1. I
Ooh,
like this
Queen
rook H1
H7.
idea that you mentioned earlier. So this rook maybe lured backwards. What was your idea? Queen where?
B6 maybe, just to try to hit the B3 pawn.
Oh, for black.
hmm
Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, trying to flush the queen out, but this might help black go where you want it. Yeah. And how do you exactly defend the B pawn? Look at this bishop on F5, taking away all the defensive squares.
Yeah.
So the bishop comes back to D1.
I think Rook F1 was not great.
I want to play F4.
Yeah, I was gonna say black needs to watch out for F4 after putting the king on G7.
And
So
there
I
it
think
is.
just F4, yeah. Is
Check, king back. Hold on. Yeah, the E5 pawn is pinned.
there any like bishop H3 here? No. Queen captures. Queen can't capture actually because there's queen B4, so bishop H3 looks really strong to me
Bishop
for
H3,
black.
queen takes. And what did you want?
Queen B4 is mate,
B4, you're right. That's huge.
but decides to go back to D8. Same idea, but
Queen to
I
H4.
guess queen G3 now.
Queen G3. If
I really
E.
think I really think bishop H3 was maybe a missed opportunity though. Very tricky.
So rook goes the H file. I like this. Both players under a minute. This is Webster versus Slew. This is pretty much as
Queen
big a
back to B6
rivalry.
now, I think.
Queen B6, threatening mate on F2. Man, yeah, with this rook on A2, black can really poke and prod at different mating patterns, but black.
The issue with queen B6 now, though, is there's bishop E2.
Mm,
I don't
well,
like this necessarily.
for black,
Feels very risky for white.
really.
Yeah.
Okay, the rook is hit, and the rook
You take
defends against the H check.
I guess you just take on E5 now.
Well, you can go to. Well, no, your rook is hanging, right?
I am behind, remember.
Should I share my screen in Discord?
Mm, no, it's okay. All right, queen G5. Yeah, now this is getting very suspect for white. Queen G1 mate is threatened.
But there is maybe rook G3. What? Okay, looking for a
For
queen
G3,
trade.
you're getting queen H forward, maybe. And the threat is rook G2. Okay, here, queen E3. I guess you could just queen takes E5, maybe?
Oh, this bishop. I think white's forcing a queen trade here, which is really good for
They
Karen.
are not. I
No?
don't believe.
How do you
Oh,
prevent it?
there's rook takes E4, not queen takes E4. Okay.
Okay, so now you just trade queens, and you're up a pawn. But your pawn structure is way better. Your king's just not that safe because this monster rook. But yeah, the pawns are running.
I mean, bishop E2 now, and it's GG.
B4.
Sorry.
Well, rook A5 was just played.
Yeah.
Oh,
If
rook
rook
to
A5, then yeah,
C4.
B4, and it's
And now, yeah,
not looking good for Anna Maria.
let's see this technique. What a game by Karen.
Definitely.
I want to move the B pawn.
I'm going bishop G4 here.
Just trading that off. That makes sense. Ooh, but now bishop to F3.
Yep.
right?
That also does the trick.
Now the rook has to move, and the rook can't stay on the back rank. Ooh, e4, but now we just take that. Yeah, rook
You
takes.
just take everything and then go back to c4 after king d7.
And then probably, yeah, rook c4. Yeah. Oh, rook to d4, defending the d pawn. Interesting. Still winning.
I mean, it's not going to make a difference.
Still good. We're good here. Now
When the rook
rook
moves
c4.
off the 8th rank now, you just go rook c4, and it accomplishes the same thing.
Karen didn't do it yet, but the b pawn is a runner.
He's a runner. He's a track star.
Let's see. I mean, just rook b4, honestly, you could play. Or rook c4, like you mentioned earlier.
Rook c4, still good.
Rook c4, rook
Been
a8,
good this
and
whole
then push the
time.
b
Just
pawn.
rook
There it
behind the
is.
most
Yeah.
advanced pass pawn.
And with the 5-second increment, she can't really mess us up. Just b6. Yeah, b6 and b7's coming next. Okay, you could do d7 first, then b7. Or vice versa. It doesn't matter. Either pawn check. Yep.
I like d7 check and then b7 just because b7, hits the rook. It's kind of more pleasing that way. Yeah.
Resigns.
Karen,
Big upset win for Karen. That's nice.
yep.
And I see Rui Fang is playing a 3-minute blitz game. Is there like a chess.com event going on right now that we're missing?
No idea.
Rui Fang should be in this.
Is it the Speed Chess Championship today? The qualifier or whatever? The
I should
actual
know.
knockout?
I'm not sure. But that was round 1 of the US Collegiate Rapid. I believe there are 9 total rounds. You're only gonna be on for like the next hour and a half, right?
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, I think we want to take maybe a quick break before the next round starts, and maybe we can try to add on our guest. So that was round 1. We've got 8 rounds left, so a very exciting tournament underway. We're gonna take a quick break, but we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've got round two underway of the U.S. Collegiate Rapid Championship. I'm again joined by John, but we also have a special guest, Grandmaster and coach of the Webster team, Liam Lay. So, welcome, Liam. What do
Hi
you
Joe. Hi John. Thank you for having me.
Hello.
what do you have to say about the U.S. Rapid Championship? I know Webster has definitely played in it before, and you guys have seen some success. I think you even might have hosted it one year. Is this one of the more prestigious college tournaments that your team participates in every year?
Oh, we did not post it before, but it's true that we have played in this tournament many times, and I think it's definitely one of the very prestigious collegiate tournaments that we should have every year, in addition to the Pan American Intercollegiate Team Championship and the Final Four. So as we all know that rapid and bliss is becoming more and more popular nowadays, it should definitely be a good addition to the classical chess. So in the last few years, we play this tournament. I think the last two times were online. Previously, it was in person. Last year, we did very well. We won three out of the main four titles in the rapid and bliss. So this year we're back and we're looking to again win some titles this year.
That's awesome. And who do you think is the favorite to win it this year from Webster?
So this year we are still bringing the usual players, our best grandmasters and some other players as well. We have players ranging from beginners to club players to grandmasters. So it's really an interesting mix of students I have here. So I think we are still the favorite. We have the best team, the highest uh, average rating of the top grandmasters. But other teams, they are also very competitive. I can see that in the list. The University of Missouri also has two very strong grandmasters, Oparin and Antibot. And also the UT Dallas team also has many GMs and IMs, and they can really compete. As for our team, the five GMs that we have in this tournament are Benjamin Gladura, Aaron Hakobian, John Burke, Yuneski Quesada, and Gary Cantor, and they're all very, very experienced, and I have my full trust and confidence in them that hopefully one of them will win the individual championship, and together they will hopefully win the team championship for Western.
Yeah, and I see one of your players, Benjamin Gladura, is playing against Women International Master from UT Dallas, Tarini Goyal, I see. So are you looking at this game?
Yes, I have.
How familiar are you with Gladura's openings? I'm sure you've done some prep with him.
Yeah. I think he's a very universal player. He can play a lot of positions, and this is just the beginning, so nothing too special yet. But I think he got the position, the type of position he likes. It's a quiet positional battle, and potentially Black will have either an isolated pawn on d5 or the hanging pawns on d5 and c5. So let's say at some point when we play dc, bc, knight a4, castle, and try to attack d5 and c5. So my feeling is the stronger player should prevail here. If he doesn't make any big mistakes, I think eventually he should be able to provoke some weaknesses in Black's position. For example, this position right now, I could be very tempted to play something like bishop d3, queen e2, rook f1, with the idea to go bishop a6, maybe exchange the last one bishop and attack d5. For Black, I think she would have to play a6 to prevent that, and also potentially play c4 at some point. But c4 is always a tricky move because it may also become a weakness there. cd almost Black will never play. So I think Black will play something more like maybe queen c7, queen b8, a6, rook f8. It's a slow game, but I think the chances are for both sides, but I would slightly prefer white here.
John, is there any questions that you might have for the coach for Webster?
Actually, just a quick question analytically. I know you mentioned this plan just now with bishop d3, queen e2, and maybe trying to exchange the bishop on b7. And it looks like Benjamin opted to go for this setup with like bishop e2 and queen c2. Like, what is sort of the difference in approach there that you think Benjamin is taking, and why didn't he decide to go for that plan?
So one reason he might not have like bishop d3 is because it immediately allows black to gain a tempo with c4. So
Mhm.
that's something that he might have to be careful.
I
And with the
see.
move queen c2, he's vacating the square d1 for the rook,
Mhm.
come to rook f d1 and putting pressure on d5. Potentially the queen can also jump to f5 and putting some pressure on the king side. I'm sorry, 1 second.
Mhm.
Sorry, 1 second. Because I think sorry,
It's
I'll
all
be back
good.
in 1
It's
second.
all good. Take your
Yeah.
time. Yeah.
Mhm.
So yeah, they're at Webster. I believe they have like a facility for their chess club just to like even play online. I think it's like the Spice Center or something, of
Oh, that's
course,
cool.
named after Susan Polgar, who used to be the coach at Webster. So
Mhm.
Sorry, I'm back. Sorry,
you're all
some
good.
technical issue with my team here.
Yeah, are you
So
at the, did you call it the Spice Center? Is that what it's called?
yeah. So actually, we have a spice office here where the students have a big facility where they have 24/7 access, and many of them come here to study chess, and we have regular trainings here every week. I meet with my students here, help them in their uh, their chess. And today, I have most of the Webster students come here and play from the same venue. It's where the internet is faster than in the apartment, and I mean, if there's any technical issue, we can assist them with, and that's exactly what happened because one of the players, she just came in and she asked because her game was not started, and he
Oh.
was asking about what should she do. I told her just to wait for the arbiter to start the game and so on. So yeah, I think it's really nice that we have a very strong support from Webster, from the leadership of the university. We were able to get a very talented team, and it's really my pleasure to work with them and help them improve in the chess journey.
Yeah, that's awesome. And I love that Webster's really kind of paving the way of college chess. Like you guys have such an awesome program. Even like from Susan Polgar's days there, obviously you guys have a really good track record of success, and you're obviously coming in after her as the coach. So I'm sure you feel like you have some big shoes to fill. But you also do have this talented team and a really supportive school. It's really cool to hear that you have this kind of facility that helps with playing online chess. How do you feel about all these chess competitions? It seems like there's so many things that are both over the board as well as online. And how do you feel about supporting that kind of online venue?
Sure. So I think it's really beneficial for all chess players to have the option to play online nowadays. There are so many opportunities out there. There's lots of chess tournaments from chess.com, the Speed Chess Championship, the Cyber Tuesday, the Global Championships, and so many other events. Um, and also on other websites as well. So I think it's really nice nowadays that people don't have to travel too far to play in really strong and um, high price tournaments. So for our students, it's also a big plus because they get a chance to practice their skills, and it doesn't take much time from their own academics. So the more tournaments, the better.
Exactly. I completely agree with that. Now, while this game is going on, I did notice that you have another player, Unieski Quesada, who's also playing against another woman international master. Do
right?
you want to pull up that game?
Yeah, yeah, I can see it right now.
So I see it looks pretty good for the Grandmaster here. I noticed his username is Tennis Master. Does he play a lot of tennis?
Yeah, he's a big fan of tennis.
Yeah. Do you guys during your practice, like besides chess, do you do anything outside of chess to help keep the players fresh?
Definitely. So I always encourage my students to do more physical exercises because we know nowadays you need stamina, you need a lot of energy to play in long classical tournaments. Each game can last 6, 7 hours, right? So energy is very important, and we have a lot of team activities. We have one favorite activity that we call chess CrossFit. That we have a big chess ball here, and we make move on the big chess ball, and like we take turns to make the move, and then they have to do some physical activity like squats, push up, run, and come back and make the move, and it's kind of fun. A lot of other people, a lot of students, they like other sports like tennis. Some go to the gym, some go swimming. So whatever the activity is, I think it's still very important to do that on a regular basis.
Awesome. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense too. And I notice Quesada is doing really well here against Fish Perfect, who is a player from actually Mizzou Arena. I don't know if I should Utiatskaja, something like that. But yeah, would you consider this like a rivalry matchup here between Webster and Missouri?
Um, well, it's just the start of the tournament, and Mizzou is definitely one of the main competitors. Um, Probably later in the tournament, we will have some critical matchups with Antipov or Oparin or some of the UT Dallas players. I'm a bit surprised that SLU, St. Louis University team, doesn't have a strong team this year, but regardless, the competition is tough, and we are focusing on one set at a time, one game at a time. So this game that you mentioned between Unesco and uh, his opponent, I think is already totally winning for white. The last move, Queen C3 was very nice, hitting both G7 and C5, and I think his opponent resigned already.
Yep. So that's a really solid win from Quesada.
Right. I wanted to take a look at one of my female players. So, by the way, I want to give Chester Cowan credit for this one because I think last year we did not have the women's title. This
Mm,
year we added the women's collegiate women's graphic champion and women's list champion, which I think is really nice because this year is the year of women chess, right? So they recognize that, and I think it's very important that we bring more women players in, give them more opportunity to play and develop their skills. And this year, Webster also has two new female students. So one is Anastasia from Armenia, and the other one is Anna Maria Marjanovic from Hungary. And both of them, well, Anna won the first two games. Anna Maria lost the first game, but she won the second one. So I think they're still doing quite well.
yeah, and I did want to mention that they're both actually playing in the Collegiate Chess League. Did you know that they played each other yesterday?
Yes, I did. That's really interesting. They didn't. They are really good friends with each other. They're roommates actually, and having to play against your roommate is not ideal, right? But that's the situation in the tournaments, and they played their best, and Anna managed to win that match, and after that she managed to win another match against the GM, I think Russia Hashid from the Mizzou team. So that was another big win for Anna, and we are rooting for her in the next week.
Yeah, that's a really awesome stuff, and it's also cool that they're actually winning prize money for the Collegiate Chess League tournaments. So yeah, I
Yeah,
really appreciate that they're playing.
yeah, I think it's a great idea to have this collegiate chess league from the phone and also from the spring. I think it will attract a lot of people and definitely give collegiate chess a boost to improve in the future years.
Yeah, so there is another player that's from Webster that's playing the Collegiate Chess League. His username is CM Rui.
Right.
I'm not sure if he's part of like the official Webster team, but I do know
He
that.
is.
That's awesome. So he's a freshman, I believe, right?
Yeah, and it's very funny because I didn't know this before he became a member, but he's very good in Puzzle Rush. His his name is David Subinski,
Yep,
and he is he has participated in previous Puzzle Rush championships, and he did quite well.
that's awesome. Um, so yeah, Webster has a lot of talented players. Um, I'm looking back at this Gladura game. And his opponent is under a minute, only like 30 seconds. It's not a lot of time. Uh, is there anything that stands out to you here, John?
I think it's just mainly the time that is going to be the big issue for Goyle here, and especially Liam mentioned earlier the sort of hanging pawns, pawn structure. It's a good way for White to be able to kind of provoke weaknesses here, and I think dealing with those weaknesses probably requires some concrete, precise play. And trying to play like that with 30 seconds is going to be difficult. So I definitely think White has good chances to take this one.
Yeah, exactly. I think mainly because of the time issue, Black could not manage to find a better way to defend. So right now, I think White can just take the d5 pawn. Oh, he did not do that. I thought c takes d5, bishop a4, rook c7 with two pawns up. But maybe what he did is okay too. He's still up a pawn and d5 should fall at some point. So I'm still very happy about White's position here. So
Ooh,
okay,
bishop
but Black
a4.
managed to find a squid bishop a4, which is nice because he's winning the exchange. However, the cost of that is the d5 pawn. And let's say if White move the rook to d4, right? Rook d4, bishop c2, queen c2. Probably Black has to give back the exchange at some point because d5, otherwise d5 is lost, and then the c pawn will start running. Yeah, so right now I think Black has to take on c5, 95, and then take on d5. There's no way to keep the exchange, and then White is up a pawn. And with this big time advantage, I do expect the Durand to convert this position.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, under 20 seconds now. This is really hard to play in such time pressure. Um, so Liam, I wanted to ask, this is the Rapid Championship, and next week is the Blitz Championship. Do you think your players have like a preference for a certain time control? Like, is Blitz more fun and exciting, or is it more stressful, or it doesn't really matter? Like, they just like playing chess.
I think I probably prefer this slightly, but Rapid is still fun, and this time control 10 plus 5 is still much shorter than, let's say, the World Rapid Championship, right? Usually we have 15 plus 10 there. So this 10 plus 5 is relatively fast, and I think it's still fun regardless of Blitz or Rapid. They will still try the best.
Oh, this is tricky. How do we defend the knight on c3? Oh, but wait.
So
Queen b3 is the idea. But then, okay, there's queen takes f7. But you're still up a bunch of pawns.
Yeah, still 2 points
True.
should be winning. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know you recently played in the Chess.com Global Championship. Like, I think you were knocked out by Eric Hansen.
Yeah, in round 64. Yeah,
Yeah, that was also rapid time control, right?
exactly.
So
That was 10+2 then.
10 plus 2. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the same time control that we're using in the Collegiate Chess League currently.
Right. Right.
So yeah, there's 10 plus 5 versus 10 plus 2. Like, do you think your personal experience playing in like a rapid online tournament helps you give advice to your players when they're preparing for tournaments like this?
Oh yeah, definitely. I train with them a lot on the strategies in Rapid and Blitz also, and we have some specific ideas. We play some training games. So I think um, especially Rapid and Blitz, you need to practice a lot to do well here. Personally, I prefer a slightly longer time control, like 15 plus 10, just because, or 15 plus 5, just because I would have more time to play quality chess. But I think 10 plus 2, you still have plenty of time. It's just that when people get into time trouble, 2 seconds really not a lot to play good move.
Mm-hmm. Um, well, this game's about to wrap up soon. It's just about converting. Um,
Right.
I had a quick question actually about kind of something you just mentioned, Liam, which is the quality of the chess. Do you do you really feel like it's a significant difference in the quality of the play in these like rapid time formats that are becoming more popular online? 'Cause I feel like that was a common argument sort of against, these like rapid time formats. It's like, oh, you're just trying to get the players to blunder, make the chess more exciting by lowering the quality. But I feel like as we've gotten more and more of these rapid events, I think we've seen that the quality of the play can still actually be quite high. And I was wondering, sort of, what is your perspective on this sort of like argument of quality chess when it comes to like rapid?
Right. So definitely the qualities can still be very high, especially they if the players analyze the positions very deeply. But I think compared to classical chess, definitely the quality is not there. It's
Mm-hmm.
it's more fun for the spectators for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and if we increase the number of games, eventually the stronger players should still win, right? So
Mm-hmm.
you can make an argument there that the rapid chess is more fun and it can still decide who's the best player. So I like rapid chess in general. I have nothing against it. I think it's the future of chess probably.
Mm-hmm.
But the key thing is to find a balance, not to not to compromising the quality of chess. Because I really don't like, let's say, without increments. I think that's definitely a no for me. Except
Yeah.
if we're in Armageddon, right?
Mm-hmm.
But normally I wouldn't play a tournament without increments. 3+1 is already a bit short, but that's what we have for Final Tuesdays, and I think it's still fun in a way.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, if we are talking about, let's say, the global championship or the
Mm-hmm.
speed chess championship, I think we used to have like 10+2 for the qualifiers. And then when they get into the finals, like in Toronto, they increase the time control. And also from my experience in the Champions Chess Tour, they usually play with 15+10, and the quality of the games are quite high there.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna play the finals in starting tomorrow
Oh,
in the Champions
Good
Chess Tour.
luck. Wow. Yeah.
Thank you. So that tournament, I feel like definitely the level of preparation has to be almost as high as in classical chess.
Wow. That's pretty significant. Um, And then one other question quickly, if I may. How do you like the match format versus like playing a single game like in a Swiss tournament or like a round robin?
I think the match format is probably more fun, more competitive because at the end of the day, you have to have a winner.
Hmm.
The round robin thing is okay, but then people make a lot of draws, and
Hmm.
you know it's not as exciting. So I think in general I prefer the knockout format and the match format when they have to play um they have to decide winner. But for that to be interesting and reflecting the real strength of the players, we have to have a certain number of games. Let's say
Hmm.
if they only play 2 games, it's not really indicative of their strength. An accident can happen in 2 games. So um, I would say for rapid, for good match in rapid, probably at least 4 games, and
Hmm.
then yeah, if it if they're tied, then yeah, we have to shorten the time. Armageddon, I kind of like the bid system that chess.com has been using in the chess global championship.
Hmm.
What do you call it? The bidding system, right? So I think
Yeah.
it's quite fun.
Hmm. Cool. Well, thanks so much for your insight. That was awesome to hear your
Sure.
thoughts.
Well, also that for those tournaments to be interesting, the strengths of the players have to be similar. So like in a Swiss tournament, when we have a lot of people like in this collegiate uh chess rapid and blitz championship now, we have so many players, so there's no choice, right? We have to do a
Hmm.
Swiss system. But if we have a closed tournament with only like 10 or 14 players, then definitely a match, a knockout would be better.
Awesome.
I'm looking at one of the Webster Grandmasters, Aram Hakobian. Do you see this game, Liam?
Yes,
Uh,
I am.
Looks like
wow.
we're gonna have an upset win here from a national master, Jay Easton. Let's see where they're from. This is Jack Easton from UT Dallas.
Oh wow, yeah, White is definitely winning here.
Managed to play a really nice rook ending, actually. It looks like pretty impressive.
Right, right.
So yeah, is UT Dallas another one of I would say Webster's rivals in the college chess world?
Yeah, definitely. They are one of the strongest teams, and they have many competitive players. So it's always difficult to beat them. And last year, I think they indeed won the team this championship. So that was the only title that we didn't win last year in this
Mm,
rapid and this championship. So definitely, they are very strong.
yeah. Are there any other Webster players that are playing right now, or?
We have total 12 players who are playing, but I think they are all finished for this round. Yeah, they all
Mm.
finished.
Yeah, it looks like almost all the games are done.
Yeah.
All right. Well, that was the second round. It seems so. Really appreciate you being able to join us for the entirety of the round, and hopefully we can keep following the Webster players and track their progress. And you did mention that you guys will be going to Pan Am's and trying to get back to the Final Four, so that'll be really exciting to see. And I know that I'm going to be there personally, along with Chess.com's production team, to broadcast the event live. So really looking forward to that in Seattle. And looking forward to meeting you in person, Liam. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you. I look forward to that too. Thank you, Joe, for having me today.
All
Thank
right.
you, Liam.
Yeah.
Thank you,
And good
So,
Joe.
luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
yeah, exactly. Great luck tomorrow, and good luck to your team for the rest of the this tournament here. All right, we're gonna
Okay.
take a quick
Thank you.
break, and we'll be back for the third round, which is gonna start in a couple minutes. So, thank you guys, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the U.S. Collegiate Rapid Championship. My name's Joe, and I run the Collegiate Chess League for chess.com, and we are graciously hosting this event, which is run by USCF. So, yeah, we've got round 3 out of 9 underway. We just have a game that has started between Grigori Oparin and Nakachuk from UT Dallas. And I know what you are asking. Who is Nakachuk? Well, luckily I have the answer for you. That is Raul Petty. So yeah, this is a big matchup. Grigori and Nakachuk, I believe, are both 2 for 2. They won their first 2 games, and now they're paired up against each other. So this is a big Grandmaster matchup. We just had John Williams and Liam Lee join us for the broadcast, but now I'm going solo. Hello to Emad, thanks for the follow. If you missed Butta and Liam Lee, you're gonna have to check the VOD. But yeah, it's gonna be me for a while. We might have another guest on later today. Maybe not. It could just be me for the rest of the schedule. Which, by the way, should end at around, I want to say like 4 or 4:30. So we've got a solid like 6 hours left. So yeah, should be a good time. We do have a break after this round, so about 15 minutes. So that'll be nice. And a second round, or a second break, I should say, scheduled at 1:45 p.m. So there's that to look forward to as well. Should probably eat some food during one of those breaks. But anyways, here we are. And let's check out this game. So we've got d4, Grigori with the white pieces. And a trade on d5. Bishop takes the knight with check. And we have a queen recapture. So queen on c3. White with the bishop pair. Black having already castled. So this should be a good game. The knight could come to e4 with tempo, perhaps, but the queen simply moves. So yeah, actually, the pawn on c7 is actually under attack right now after this last recapture. Grigori had a choice between queen takes and pawn takes, decides to go with the queen here. So yeah, comes with tempo. Now black could defend this in a couple ways. You could push the pawn. You could bring out the knight. Either look totally completely fine and normal, and in the meantime white is going to try to get these pieces out and developed and try to castle. So okay, c5, this is what they call a gambit in the business. This is a free pawn, it seems, but black's point that they're trying to make is that after taking this pawn either which way, black is going to have some compensation, is what it's called, and compensation in the form of development, right? White has not touched a single piece on this half of the board. That's half the team right there, just sitting on the bench. Grigori understands this. He has to decide, like, do I want to take? Is it worth it? Or do I want to do something else and allow black to take? And even still, there's going to have to be a tempo on this queen. So the queen's going to have to move ultimately, whether you take or don't take. So Grigori decides, you know what, I'm going to take. And I don't think that my lack of development is too bad right now. There's not a lot of easy like development moves against the queen. There is knight here, but the bishop wants to come out first. And now white is going to, again, try to address this issue here. And try to get castled. I'm assuming you wouldn't want to castle kingside, even though you could castle queenside in one move right now. The problem is this bishop and this file. So both of these combined makes for the king to be very weak, and I do not like f3. Well, you know, as they say, never play f3, but secondly, this does not help the bishop. This does not help the knight. In fact, it actually hurts the knight. And really, there's no room for e4 to be played. I'm surprised by this f3 move by Grigori, to be completely honest. I'm going to be interested to see how Grigri decides to get out of this one. He plays e3, and this helps the bishop. This creates an avenue, as well as for the knight, perhaps. But yeah, f3 is actually a surprising move, so I'm not sure. That is very interesting. Meanwhile, Raul has to decide how to really take advantage of this. Computer likes knight h5 is one idea, right? Going after this dark square bishop. Raul decides, you know what, this knight's already developed. I'm going to bring up another piece into the attack, right? Bring the rook opposite the queen. And so now this knight is threatening discoveries. Anytime the knight moves, the rook will open up and the queen will have to move. Now, one thing you do have to keep in mind is that if this knight moves, because the rook is no longer here, the a7 pawn could be hanging. And Grigri could take another pawn, perhaps. Now, is it worth it? I don't know. I'm still looking at these pieces over here, right? Where does the bishop want to go? Here? Does the knight want to go here? And if the knight goes here, you know, do you do it before you bring the bishop out or after? You don't go here or here. And if you go here, the knight has to come here, and then they could take and ruin our structure. We're not castling either way. So yeah, Raul is down about a minute and a half compared to Grigri, but still pretty early on in the game. Plus, with that 5-second increment, the time disparity is not that big of a deal. White just preemptively moves the queen to the side, b5, and that attacks the b7 pawn, although I don't think... Would we take it? I mean, okay, the bishop covers b8, so maybe taking this pawn is okay because there's no rook b8 follow-up. Again, though, knight h5 would deal with this bishop. This bishop couldn't stay on this diagonal anymore. So, yeah, preemptively getting off the c-file makes sense. Still tough, though, for these pieces. And with knight h5, if you remove this bishop, then the e-file could come to life. In fact, rook e8 comes with the threat of taking on d4 with tempo, taking advantage of this pen. Threatening this check as well, actually. That's very strong. So, yeah, I'm surprised again by this f3 move. I feel like knight f3 might have been what was tried to play, but yeah, Grigri has to deal with this somehow. Like, just rook e8, supernatural move, right? You bring one rook into the game, you bring the second rook into the game, opposite of Grigri's king, still in the middle of the board. White has only 2 pieces out right now. Black has 3, plus they've castled, plus the rook on the c-file. This is definitely in high favor for Nakachuk. Raul here from UT Dallas. So this is going to be Grigri's toughest matchup so far today. He's 2 for 2, but game 3 is not looking like a good start for him, especially knowing that he's got the white pieces here. It's very, very confusing, this opening choice. So knight h5 has been played. Knight to e2. That helps defend the bishop on f4. So finally getting one piece involved. However, this bishop's still locked in there, and now we see rook e8. So both of these ideas have been played by black, both very strong. And the point is, after takes, then we have takes. And that's threatening this once again. And if takes, we still have this. So yeah, the threat is to win a pawn because of this pen on the king eventually at some point. So how to get out of this? I feel like king f2, honestly, is the move, right? Just get off the e-file. You're not moving the knight. You're not moving the bishop anytime soon. You're not castling anytime soon. So you should really just put the king on f2, and Grigori agrees with that idea and has done so. Let me see. We've got a couple other games going on. We have Tennis Master from Webster against Crazy Girl from Mizzou. So another Webster Mizzou matchup here. Tennis Master, we just said, was Unieski Quesada, I believe. Crazy Girl's Begim, one of the strongest U.S. women players out there. I had the pleasure of meeting Begim, actually, back during the Singfield Cup when I visited St. Louis. I also met some of the SLU players that are playing. Let me see if I can try to pull some of theirs up. We've got a lot of strong players here. Here's Dishonor on Your Cow against Chris Repka and Kerbal Bubachik. Dishonor on Your Cow, I believe, is one of the players that I also met, Talia from SLU. So we have this is another rivalry matchup here, SLU versus Mizzou. So what is going on in this game? Looks like Talia has her king more centralized than white. The queens have already been traded. We have knight and 2 rooks versus knight and 2 rooks. And Talia also has a connected pass pawn. That's going to be a long-term advantage. She's also up about a minute, which is good. So all signs looking to point in her favor over the Mizzou Grandmaster, Chris Repka. So that's exciting. Here we have a big matchup as well. We've got Benjamin Glendura from Webster playing against Harshit Raja from Mizzou. So already here, we're only in round 3, ladies and gentlemen, out of 9. And there are a lot of rivalry matchups here. Grandmaster versus Grandmaster already. This is something that I would expect to see later on in the tournament. But out the gate, round 3, I mean, we've got huge matchups between huge rivalry schools. So this is really awesome stuff that you love to see. Here we have one of the players from Webster, another Grumpy, that is Anna Sargisian. I'm definitely saying that wrong. Against Irakli Baratza, who is one of the Texas players. Let me see where he's from. I should know. He's from UTRGV. So International Master from Rio Grande Valley up against Anna from Webster, one of the Anna roommates that Liam was telling us about. And what's going on in this game? We have Bishop versus Knight, but looks like White is much more active and better structured too. Like these pawns are all very split and hard to defend. This Knight doing a good job boxing out some key squares from Black's king. And this pawn out here is it's a passed pawn on the outside. So that's looking pretty good for Baratza here. Let's also look at the clock situation. Looks like Baratza's up about twice as much time as Anna is. So that's going to be a hard game for her to hold on to. Let's see. There's so many games. We have Antipov versus an international master. Who is this? This is a player from UT Rio Grande Valley. This is Tianqi Wang. And he's up a bit of time. Very interesting position. This is pretty closed up here, but Black has the open H file, so that looks good. Knight check. That's going to force the bishop to take. Pawn takes, and then this pawn is hanging and perhaps undefendable. So White's pieces are all very back, but they're looking good, right? Like this is going to fall. Maybe this pawn falls. Maybe rook here, bishop takes, rook takes. Perhaps. I am not entirely sure. So more or less even, to be honest. I do like this open H file for Black, though. Hard to really break through. and open things up, especially with this light square bishop and light square pawns. So white does have the bishop pair. That could be, of course, an advantage. Oh, also, I'm looking at rook d8. Perhaps then we play e5. So that's annoying. Maybe knight e5 is the move, but then there's bishop takes. Yeah. Well, Antipov is using a lot of time here to think. Let's check back in with Grigori. I'm sure his position has changed quite a bit since last we looked. We see a g5 break. Look at that. So we last saw king f2. And there you go, g5. What a crazy move here from Raul. Just absolutely going after this white king. But at a cost, it's going to weaken black's king a little bit there. So bishop to e5, queen to e7, doubling up on the e file. Rook e1, trying to help support. And lo and behold, f6 hits. And now g4, saying I have a fork. So takes. And now Grigori has to take one of these pieces back. Otherwise, he's going to be down a piece. But after black takes on d4, I mean, that looks really bad. Wow, bishop takes, or no. Knight back, then pawn takes bishop. I'm surprised. Why not take on d4? That looks really strong. Oh well. Perhaps we will never know. But yeah, Grigori's bishop still has yet to develop. And his rook on e1, I'm nervous about. If pawn takes, right, we can't really take back, can we? I don't think we can. Because then black just takes again. And that's taking advantage of the pen. It's also a fork. It's a lot of things. Nakachuk, though, somehow is down on the clock. So Grigori, if he has one thing going for him right now, it's time. So it's not entirely one-sided. That's the only good news that Grigori has. Everything else, though, looks really complicated. This king, not safe. This queen and rook and these pawns, like everything's going to open up. This looks very scary. So Grigori decides to take on e5, says I cannot allow you to take on d4. However, black can simply take, right, on e5, take back. Maybe take with the queen is one idea. That threatens this. So the queen comes back. Grigori rallying the troops around the king for defense. Unfortunately, the b-pawn is an innocent bystander caught by the queen. And I would not be surprised if black plays for d4 at some point. Although maybe d4 is not a good move. I'm not sure if it's ready yet. d4, knight takes, queen takes, pawn takes. Just to show. Anyways, all right. Queen's hit. This pawn might fall. Knight e5 saying, go ahead, take me. I'll take you back with the fork. So queen has to move. Yet again, asking for a queen trade. Now there is the move queen d2 if you want to not leave the queens on. There's also queen c2. Queen d2 has been played. Raul saying, go ahead, take on b7. I won't mind. And now, queen's hit yet again. And here you have two options, truly. Apparently, rook c3 is another move. That's crazy. I would not consider rook c3. Anyways, queen here, and now we have the trade. So there's no queen takes b7, because then this rook would be hanging. Rook to g1 with tempo on the pawn, simply playing h6. Under a minute is Raul here against Grigori. Ooh, I see Victor Gajic is playing. Looks like Irakli Baratza beat Anna. Okay, H3, guarding G4, I suppose. After the move knight E5. All right. What are some more games we've got? Raja versus Gladura again. Okay, 2 pieces. No. There's an exchange that Raja has for a pawn. So Raja with the 2 rooks. A rook versus a knight. That looks good for Raja. Both players with about 2 minutes on the clock. Knight back to defend b6. So yeah, we'll have to see if Raja can hold on to that. How's Begim doing? Doesn't look good. Tennis Master is Unieski Quesada, right? Whoa, queen to c4. Nice move. Nice move. That wins the knight. Taking advantage of the pawn from this bishop. This pin. Now, if this didn't come with check, maybe bishop block actually. Bishop c3, and if pawn takes, queen takes is one idea. Right? Because if we take back, then now the pin is broken. Very interesting idea. We'll see. We'll see if Begim goes for it. Begim at a minute. This isn't looking good though. Bishop c3 has been played. And now queen back, not allowing for the queen sacrifice. F5 has been played, which is kind of interesting to me. I'm not sure what this does. Maybe this allows for queen f4 is the idea. Queen f4 attacking the bishop on f5 as well as the pawn on d4, allowing for white to take on d4 with a knight with tempo on black's queen. So yeah, I mean, f5, strong move here from Begim. She's still fighting. She's not giving up. Let's check back in with Grigori versus Raul. Okay, so they've traded out a lot. Very interesting to see how Grigori got out of this. Let's look. Trade of rooks. They traded queens earlier too. Keeping things closed. You win this pawn, you lose the A pawn. So Raul has the 2 outside connected pass pawns on the A and B files. Grigori is down a pawn but has the bishop. So how is Raul going to convert this? Up a pawn against Grigori. Grigori has about 2 minutes. Yeah, Raul trying to get that rook off the board, and Grigori does not. Understandably, he's down material. So he goes rook d8. And maybe now rook a8. Both players under 2 minutes. How's Anna Maria doing against Thunder? Who is Thunder? This is William McNutt from UT Rio Grande Valley. So UTRGV player here. Both players under 30 seconds. The queen's hit. Both queens are hit. Queen C7. Bishop takes. That's check. King to the corner. Ooh, Queen A8 it likes a lot if Anna Maria can find that move. White's threatening to take on E7 twice, so less than 10 seconds. She's played the queen up, defending the knights. White trying to trade down. Less than 10 seconds. King steps up. Trade. Now the rook's hit. So it's two knights versus a rook. There goes a pawn. You can't take on b6 because your bishop's hanging, so the bishop moves. Knight c4 now. Yeah, everything's defended for Anna Maria. She should be able to convert the two knights versus the rook. This is looking good for her. So rook defends the pawn. We could trade off another piece if we wanted to. Let's check back in with some of the top players. All right, Raul's down. Looks like we had a piece sacrifice. Let's see. And yeah, two pawns versus a bishop now. So interesting. I think Grigri should be able to hold this, but black is the one playing for a win, trying to push these pawns through. So can the bishop stop the pawns? It's a big question. Raja and Gladura. How is this game going? So Raja was up in exchange, and now he's up purely in exchange. This is still not so easy. Knight out with check. Rook d3 check. Feels like it makes sense. Nope. Probably want to go this way, or maybe even get behind everything. King can come here, and we're also maybe threatening this check. Low time for Gladura. 10 seconds now. The knight moves. And now rook check. Now the king can enter. King back. Rook a7 now. King g7. Grigri and Nakachuk drew, so bishop traded for the two pawns. Begim lost to Jacobian. Anna Maria won against the UTRGV player. See, Antipov won. How's Talia doing against Chris Repka? Yeah, it was looking good for Talia, right? She had the connected passer. But they have since traded. And let's see, they're running both. Uh-oh. Talia messed something up over here. a4 here. She needed rook takes g6. She was low on time. She didn't do that, and now after b7, there's no time for her to take. Very unfortunate. So both sides queen, but white queens with check. And now rook takes. She's going for some perpetual. Looks like she's going to find it. Wow. Down a rook, but perpetual. So let's see. Where did he mess up? So taking the rook was the only winning move. And after check, apparently the move was king to f1 that was needed. Or maybe there were multiple moves. There was a mistake somewhere. Taking the pawn was a mistake. So here there's only two moves that win. King e2 or king f2. Crazy. Crazy. Maybe that black pawn was able to be used as shelter. But yeah. This king in the middle of the board is going to be caught in a perpetual. So nice game from Talia to hold off the Grandmaster from Mizzou, assuming she finds the perpetual. How's Raja doing here to convert? Okay, so king to g8 here allows for the move h5. Now, black cannot take on h5 because that drops the knight. But yeah, if the knight moves, like let's say, I don't know. I feel like knight d6 check, right? Now the king has to go to like e7, but then there's king c8 or knight c8 check, right? Oh, knight back here. Interesting. Nope, king comes up. But now you win the g-pawn, right? Right? Although computer likes h6. h6 is... That's mean. I don't know what else to say about that. Wow, he takes and gets forked. Takes again? Wait, can you not promote? There's knight g6 check. Oh my god. Can you make a knight? He makes a knight. Oh my word, but it's still a draw? Oh, wow. Wow, he needed to find h6, but that is not easy. That's a draw. Yeah, let's go back. This was crazy. Right here, he needs to move either h6, or he could do, like, I don't know, a waiting move or something, or king e7. It all works apparently, but h6 is the knockout move here. So the point here is what exactly? Why can't we give this check? The move is king to e5. If knight takes, king takes. And this is just completely winning, apparently. Crazy stuff. Crazy stuff. King to h7. King e5. If king comes back, king here. And if we ever move here, this pawn takes away g8 and we're promoting next. Crazy. That's not easy to find. That's not easy to find. All right. Well done from Gladura finding that defense there. I don't see any other games underway. Let's see. We've got a couple though. Let's see. We've got a FIDE Master here. Samsky versus OMG. My name won't, that's a pretty clever name. Won't lie about that. Here we have two FIDE Masters going against each other. Let's see. Who are these people? Actually, I don't see this person listed. So probably this isn't even our game. Samsky though, let's see. Nope, they're also not. Maybe I should be looking from the events page and not this page. But they're playing 10+5. So I can only assume how popular is a 10+5 game? All right, here this is one of our matches. Ronsdale versus Upon. Let's see. This is Kevin Zhang from University of Maryland. That is Upon, and then Ronsdale, National Master. This is Ralph Tan from SLU. Okay, we have a St. Louis University. Both these players are within 2 rating points of each other. They're both under a minute, and knight takes on g4. What a nice move. All right, the bishop's hit, but yeah, that pawn on f5, consider it overloaded. Can't take on g4 because then we take on e4. So now, what's going on here? What is going on here? We have a knight versus a pawn. So the National Master from SLU is up a knight. But it's technically opposite colored bishops, so that isn't that confusing, huh? What does this knight doing on h2? How do we expect to win? Bishop to g2 defends the pawn. Knight here. What's going on? Can the bishop take? King takes. And then f4. Wow. That's a cold move, man. That's the only line that draws for black, by the way, is to take the knight and then play f4. Crazy. And now, knight e5 check apparently is good. Knight e5, probably we're going to get the knight to f4 and just win the h-pawn. Both players now very low on time. University of Maryland versus SLU. And SLU is looking good with the titled player. f4 played. f3. Wow. This knight takes h3 was not the move. Not the move. Because now, king takes, there's the move f2. f2 has been played. And even though you're down a whole bishop here, it's a draw. Why? Well, even if you win the a-pawn, you could be up a bishop and a pawn. You're not going to break through the defense. What's the defense? Put a king on a light square, right? And this bishop is useless. There's no getting that king out of the corner because it's a light-colored corner. So bishop can't flush the king out. The king can't flush the king out. So the king is going to live there for the rest of this game. This is a draw. So let's go back and see what exactly was the win here. What was the converting technique? So here, king h2, here, and now the move is to bring the king back to g3. King back to g3, and then, yeah, apparently that's +2. SLU as in St. Lawrence. Absolutely not. SLU as in St. Louis University. But the St. Lawrence have a chess club? Because if they do, they could join the Collegiate Chess League. Anyways, 10+5 games. Is there any left? I think that might have been the last game of the round. So I think we're gonna take a quick break now. So yeah, that's it for round 3. We will be back in about 15 minutes. So I'm gonna take a quick break. But yeah, this is the U.S. Collegiate Rapid Championship. Round 3 just finished. There are 9 rounds total, so 6 rounds after this. So yeah, I'll be back in 15 minutes. We're gonna take a quick break. But yeah, thank you all for being here, and I'll be back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We're back from the break. This is round 4 of the U.S. Collegiate Rapid Championship. So yeah, round 4 out of 9 after this game will be at pretty much the halfway point, I guess, more or less. Not entirely, not quite, but yeah, we've got some games underway. I wanted to look at Rubani versus Alexei Sorokin. I don't think we've watched either of these two players' games yet, but they have started their game, so here they are. And they're out the gates, so they're going pretty fast. This is an open Sicilian here. And there we are. So Rubani has given up a bishop for a knight and has this really nice knight on d5 and is about to bring the other knights in to help support this knight. Probably knight e3 would be my guess. Let's see, who are these players representing? So Alexei Sorokin I know is from Texas. That's Texas Tech. And Rubani is from UT Dallas. This is E.L. Grinberg. So two really strong players from two really strong Texas schools. Alexei Sorokin, of course, is a grandmaster, so he's a favorite, I'd say. Although, in terms of rating, there are only 1 point difference between these two. So, yeah, really close match this is going to be. And looks like we've opened the A file for the rook, which is pretty good. The pawn on b5 could potentially become a target that is an isolated pawn. And I just really like this knight on d5. Just blocking this backwards d6 pawn. Going to be hard to flush that knight out. I mean, maybe black can play bishop e6 or knight e7 or both. And yeah, we do see bishop e6 just contesting that knight. And white can castle if they want. They can also try to support the knight with another knight or retreat the knight, or you just leave the knight, which is exactly what Greenberg is doing here. Just castling, getting on with the game. And maybe is f4 an idea? I don't think so, because I think, well, maybe it is. Maybe f4 is an idea. Because if bishop takes on d5 intermezzo, we take on e5, dual threat, right? Attacking the knight on c6. And then black will have to give up a piece there, I believe. So, yeah, maybe f4 is an idea. f4 followed by f5. Yeah, but both players, tons of time left. I imagine they both seem very comfortable and familiar with this position. Alexei has only used about a minute on their clock. Meanwhile, Grinberg with the white pieces has actually gained time on their clock. All right, we have Tennis Master versus Lucky Luca. Let's see. Luca, I believe, is from Mizzou. No? Yes. That is Luca Budisavljevic. I need to practice these names. I need to hear from them how to pronounce it. But that is the first time I've heard of Luca from Mizzou. I imagine he's a new player, but he's a grandmaster, so that's exciting. He did not play in the Collegiate Chess League, so that's why I haven't heard of him. But Mizzou has played in the Collegiate Chess League for a couple of years now, for pretty much every single season. So it's pretty cool. He's playing against Tennis Master, who is from Webster. I believe we were saying that this is Quesada Unieski, right? Am I right? Yes. So yeah, Grandmaster versus Grandmaster here. Look at Quesada. He's 2,800 and Luca 2,300. I was just gonna say like only 2,300, but rapid games. I mean, I think that might be the least played time control on chess.com. Here we have Oparin versus a FIDE master, Fusik. And where is Fusik from? Usyk is from UT Rio Grande Valley. This is Jacob Fuss. Or Fuss, I don't know. But I believe from Poland, yes. All right, we've got Gladura versus Marzak. I believe it's one of these. Okay, Maria from Rio Grande Valley. And we have Woman Grandmaster versus Woman International Master here. Anna Maria versus Tan. I believe that's Irina. Who did we say they're from? No. Tarini Goyal from UT Dallas. Okay. So, yeah, in this Rapid Championship, not only does it determine the best U.S. Rapid player in college, but it also determines the best women's player. What up, Sammy? How's it going? Sammy, you could have played in the U.S. College Rapid Championship under Florida Atlantic if you registered. It was announced in the Collegiate Chess League Discord, which I know you're a big fan of. We've got a Mizzou versus SLU matchup here. This is Talia from SLU against Harshit Raja from Mizzou. So 2 Missouri schools going at it. Talia looks to be up a pawn, but behind in development. She hasn't castled yet. I seem a little down. I am tired. But thanks for that. I appreciate that. All right, so queen here in the center. I believe rook takes probably is a threat. Just 2 pieces for a rook, which is pretty good. So Raja has to react to this, and rook to c8. Very natural defensive move. And now maybe is a good time to try to get castled, bring the bishop out. Not sure where to go, though. Maybe just bishop e2. Bishop e2, although our rook is hanging. So rook to c8 comes with the threat of knight to d3 check, fork, and discovery. So that would not be good. So the rook moves to d1. That's doubling up on the bishop here. The knight is defending backwards, so that's good. You don't want to play for FAU? Okay. And that's totally fine. So I guess you just won't play, which you aren't. So that's reasonable. Yeah, both players here at about 7 minutes. Talia is up a little bit of time, not by much. There is also the 5-second increment, so it's not too big a deal. But yeah, I'm trying to think of which games I want to keep an eye on. Here we have Nakachuk. This is Raul from UT Dallas against Seaman Cannon. And I keep forgetting where he's from. He's from Texas Tech, yeah. Okay. You could keep me up, Sammy. I'm sure you could. I just don't have a scene ready for you. Maybe I could add you on. Who knows? You know, this event lasts for another like 5 hours. So that's exciting. Love college chat. Oh yeah, hold on. Is this a move? Then that's a move. Okay, I see. Interesting. Well, F5 is played anyways, and yeah, actually, what the heck is going on in this game? Where's the queen? Hold on. If there's anything that's gonna wake me up, it's a good Raul Petty from UT Dallas versus Seaman Cannon from Texas Tech matchup here. So let's look at this. So both sides, fianchetto, king side, rook on the d file, pinning this d2 knight, and that's attacking this knight as well. So knight e3, and now e4 falls after bishop to f1. So that doesn't make too much sense from the grandmaster. And we have a queen sacrifice there, ladies and gentlemen. Knight and rook versus a queen. There goes one pawn. And yeah, that's a fast result. Just simply A6, Knights connected are going to drop, and Raul has had enough from UT Dallas. So Texas Tech, nice, smooth victory out of the break there. Not Nakachuk's best game. So he's going to have to wait like 45 minutes until the next game starts. He's got some time to rethink this one, go through it. Yeah, fast result there. Okay, we've got a lot of great games. Here's Antipov versus Baratza. Antipov, of course, from Mizzou, and Baratza. I mean, dude, it's crazy to me how much I know players based off of them playing in the Collegiate Chess League. And I hear these names a million times, and I keep forgetting. Baratza, I could guess. It's obviously one of the Texas schools. It's Rio Grande Valley. Okay. Oh, man, there's just too many Texas schools. There's the same number of Texas schools with scholarship teams as Missouri schools. They both have 3 each, but my problem is the Mizzou players are just constantly playing in the CCL, and I don't know as many Texas players as I should. Anyways, I know Talia from SLU because I met her at St. Louis. I know Raja because he's from Mizzou, of course. And it looks like Raja is favored slightly on the eval. But Talia is up material. So they've traded queens, which is good for Talia because her king is still in the center. So her king is weaker for sure because she hasn't castled yet. But like I said, the pieces are off the board. The queens are off specifically. There's still a lot of pieces on the board. But yeah, Talia is thinking here. She's low on time. Not that low. She's about to dip under 4 minutes here if she keeps thinking. Raja just under 6 minutes. But yeah, after this move, bishop b3. I figure, what exactly is going on here? It's a good question. I don't actually know. What is bishop b3 doing? Doesn't seem very fair. Well, it wasn't solo. I was joined earlier today from the start by John Williams, also known as Butta. We also had a guest appearance from one of the school's coaches, very famous grandmaster Liam Lay from Webster University. So that was very exciting to have him join. But as far as other guests, we might expect another grandmaster later on in the commentary, but they are currently streaming, so I'll let you guess who that could be. There's a lot of options there. All right, knight to d2, bishop to a5 played almost immediately from Raja, so you can really tell that, well, Talia is kind of in a tough spot here. Ooh. Bishop to d6, attacking the knight, attacking the rook. Talia? Because that's how her name's pronounced. How do you pronounce it, Sammy? Are you guessing? Oh, you know what, Sammy? It's funny. I'm on a 1 minute delay, so the response time between you and me, it's a little desynced. Okay, the knight has moved with tempo on the rook on d4. Now, white could take on f8. However, Black can then take on d4. And our bishop's hanging on f8. And knight c2 is coming. Rook c1 is coming. Bless me. Rook c1 looks pretty rough. I'm not gonna say. Not gonna lie. This position looks really tough for Talia. Yeah, Sammy's guessing Shang. I think that's a good guess. But you know, don't rule out some of the other grandmasters that are alive right now. Anyways, I know they're playing the Speed Chess Championship right now. Jeffrey might be too tired to do commentary after this. But who knows? All right, bishop takes f8, knight takes on d4, and not looking good. Not looking good for Talia here, who I'm sure Sammy would say Talia. Classic blunder. Yeah, rook c1 is definitely on the list. In fact, after knight takes d4, rook c1 is threatening checkmate. So we probably have to take this knight. And then king takes. And yeah, Raja just has the bishop pair. He's got the active rook. White, meanwhile, has a pinned knight and two pieces that haven't developed. And if you could explain to me how to get out of this. I mean, look at this. This, literally the only legal move, and then this. So yeah, just simply rook check, and you either block and lose the bishop, or you move the king and lose the knight with checkmate threatened. So you tell me which one you prefer. And I think either way, Raj is going to be a happy camper, and he's going to win this one pretty easily. So, yep. Just move here, and life is good. B4, though. Hold on, B4. Talia had this one up her sleeve. I missed that. B4 is a nice move. I mean, don't get me wrong. Raj is still winning this. Just, oh, wait, you move the bishop, you lose the knight. Oh, my goodness. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. It is not over yet. Although Raja can technically even just take on b4. And you're still winning the bishop on e2. So maybe you get this pawn back. MIT math, I have no idea who you're tying to. Who's Tim? All right, rook takes, check, king d1, and now rook takes on f2. All right, well, you have knight takes c4. That's one idea. And there you have it. Bishop back, and now both our g pawn and our h pawn are hit. We could save both by g3, which isn't the best of moves. This king on d1 is pretty sad. The rook on h1 is also pretty sad. And material has been rebalanced, so life is looking good here for Raja. Rook over to a2, rook to e1, and now the rook can take on h2, and the pawn on g3 is hanging. So yeah, Raja went from down a pawn but up in position to now up a pawn and up in position. So nice transition there for Raja, being able to convert the advantage on the board into a material advantage as well as just an activity advantage. Right now, Talia is down a lot of time and her pawns are weak. Her king is weak. She wants to play a super knight move. Knight to d7. Unfortunately, the knight isn't tall enough to deliver that check. Okay, so instead d5, and now rook is threatening d5. And if you push, there's still rook d5. There's also take, and then rook d5. So the king moves with the pawn falls. She's now down 2 pawns. Let's try to find another game. Grigori and Jacob Fuss, they drew quickly, it seems. Lots of time left on the clocks here. Just queen and pawns and just perpetual here. So, yeah, I think that might be Grigori's first not win. So he gets slowed down there. Glodura beat Maria. So this game ended relatively quickly. A nice match here from Glodura. Let's see how he finished this off. Knight here, and the queen is cooked. Wow. Yeah, this bishop move covering some key light squares, and this was a mistake. Black needed to perhaps clear some space for the queen. Did not do that, and knight g4, very subtle, very sneaky little queen trap. So nicely done there from the Webster player, Glodura. Looks like we've got a result here from Quesada Unieski. We have an advanced French with b4, knight and bishop to e3. Nice defensive move. Black opening up the king a little bit, playing in the center, attacking d5, and now attacking the queen, taking only now. Bishop check, knight back, knight in. Lots of pins here, so this doesn't look good. Rook takes. What a nice shot here from Unieski. And now bishop takes, fork. Yeah, give me that rook. Bringing in all the pieces. Queen coming in, threatening checkmate. And there you have it. Nicely done. Yeah. Super strong game there from the Webster Grandmaster against Lucky Luca, who wasn't so lucky there. So Webster taking down Mizzou. That's some big points. Let's check on Anna Maria versus who is this again? I forgot her name. Tarini Goyal from UT Dallas. Anna Maria, of course, from Webster. Knight d7 check. You can play it confidently. I missed it. All right, so what's going on over here? Queen and rook lined up. Bishop versus knight. Both pieces on very strong outposts. Probably the knight a little bit more of a stronger piece here. Just it's a lot closer to this king, taking up a lot of space on the king's position here. But this bishop, don't get me wrong, this is a beautiful piece here. Defender, attacker, nice outpost. So yeah, pros and cons for both sides. This king, though, little exposed, not gonna lie. What's he doing out here on e7? We've got a king on g1 here for white, a bit safer, right, behind these pawns. This pawn is hit. I don't know if you want to take it. Probably. Here, you're threatening queen. Queen's gonna come in. Very low time for Tarini. Queen over. Maybe looking at this. This is a nice move. Just really tying down black's pieces. CTWC final. Classic Tetris World Champ. No, I did not, unfortunately. I assumed that you did. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I'm a tennis fan, but I'm a fake tennis fan, or not. I can't even say Tetris right. I was thinking of Tetris Master. No, the Tennis Master. Quesada. All right, Rubani and Alexei Sorokin, they drew. Let's check on Talia's game with Raja. Yeah, Raja's just racking up all the pawns. Up 3. That game should end soon. She's very low on the clock as well. We'll stick with this this woman's matchup here. UT Dallas versus Webster. All right, I like the rook on the F file. Low time though for Torini. Three seconds. Oh man. Queen check. But yeah, I mean, Anna Maria's the favorite. She's up on time. I'd say she's up in position too, but Black's putting up a defense. This knight covering the F1 square is a really big deal. 7 seconds now. Queen offering a trade. So now rook takes, king back. We're threatening checkmate on F1. Keep. Oh, that's a check. Oh man. All right, bishop back. Now black can take this bishop if they so choose. Probably they won't, would be my guess. So flight square first and foremost. That makes sense. H4, making some space for the king. And now white's threatening the pawn on B7. So black could take the bishop. 1 second. Oh, she flags. All right. Anna Maria there, surviving and thriving, getting the dub. So Webster getting points out of UT Dallas on that one. All right. Talia's still fighting on in this game. What is going on? She gets a pawn back out of Raja, and she's threatening rook f6 to win the h pawn. So bishop there blocks the check. And yeah, Raja's still looking good, but he has to finish the game still. The knight wants to come in, attacking everything. Let's see. You can't really stop the knight from coming here. You could attack the rook. You can give check, which makes sense. Perhaps delaying for a little bit. Under 30 seconds here. So there's a check. King over. And now we can go after either of these pawns. Maybe we could even take rook check, and our knight defends that, so that's cool. But now going after the a pawn, which I think makes sense because that is the outside pass pawn, also promoting on a dark square. So putting some pressure on the pawn first, and only then taking on h4, or sorry, h6. However, still looks good for Raja. I mean, credit though to Leah. She is fighting on till the end here. Bishop here just perfectly boxing out the knights, defending and anchored by the pawn. How to proceed? Well, king steps over, but now king f3. This is threatening checkmate, so gotta watch out for that. Missed that one, so it's tough. Sometimes we're so used to the checkmate coming from the king opposite of our king, but we can't forget about this bishop covering the d2 square. So Raja sneaks in a checkmate there and gets a point out of Slew. We see another Grumpy won her game against Ashjit. Who is this? This is also University of Maryland. Asrith Baradavalo. Totally butchered that, but yeah. Anyways, how many more games are left in this round? Crazy Girl's playing. This is big game against Subham. Subham, I believe, is also playing in the Collegiate Chess League. He's from Arizona State, a Siege Panda. So he's repping ASU, who was streaming earlier today. I am not sure if their president, or actually I don't think he's their president, but their ambassador, Patrick Cutt, is still alive. But yeah, we always appreciate watching Begim play, of course. Begim from Mizzou. Also met her in St. Louis. But yeah, she's taken on an ASU player. So both players under a minute. What's going on in this game? Begim with the black pieces. She's low on time. But she is up a pawn. So let's see. Can she convert? She is attacking the A pawn, and that pawn is holding back two connected, potentially passed pawns. So king e6 or king e6 makes the most sense. But no, she just takes on a4. I figured, king e6, you defend and attack. Rook has to move. Maybe they go for the b pawn. I don't know. But still, I would have preferred that, I think, than this, to be honest. There, I thought a4 looked reasonable. Instead, rook to b1, and now the pawn is running. Rook g1, probably, would be my guess. And now, how do you prevent the pawn from falling? I guess you give check, but I think Begim is going to convert and win this. Subham, a strong player, 2,300, but Crazy Girl perhaps about to get to 2,400 after this game. Now king e4, and there's no more checks. Although computer might not like king e4. Oh, you can't allow rook to f6. So king e5, much better move here from Begim. And now you can go king f4. She's so low on time though. Wait. Man, I'm wondering if she goes too far, there's rook g3. There's king e... No, she has to go e5. She has to. And now rook e3 check. Wow, it's repetition. Oh, she needed to play king f5. Or king... No, she needed... Is this really just a repetition? How does she get out of the checks? She can't allow the rook to enter on the 6th. So what on earth is she to do? After this, rook check. If she goes king f4 here, rook here, b5 is the only winning move at this point. Wow. Okay, well, she missed that, unfortunately, and that's actually a huge draw for Subham from ASU, taking on woman Grandmaster Begim. Subham, ASU, Begim, Mizzou. Yeah. Either way, big result there for the Arizona State player. Unfortunate for Begim, couldn't convert the advantage. So nice draw there from Subham. All right, so that was round 4. Round 5 should be starting relatively soon. In about 10 minutes. So I don't think there's any other games underway. Perhaps I'm wrong. I very well could be wrong, but I think that's all of them. But yeah, if so, I'm going to take a quick break, 10-minute break. Good fight from Talia. Against Raja, that was a tough game. I exited out of that game, unfortunately. But yeah, I assume Raja won that, right? I can't remember. Did I watch the rest of that? Anyways. Oh yeah, chat's on a delay too, so I could take a 10-minute break, or I could watch some Speed Chess Championship matches. We've got Grishuk versus Zhang, and we've got Danya versus Vladislav Artemiev. Oh man, these are just strong players, like Daniel Naroditsky and Vladislav Artemiev. I mean, with a name like that, you're guaranteed to be good at chess, right? Oh my God, Jeffrey Shang has Grishuk down to his last 2.1 seconds. What's the time control in this? 5+1? He's gonna flag, dude. Queen's on the board. Jeffrey Shang's up 2 pawns. He's up on time too, which is big. He just pushed the H pawn. Push the H pawn again, probably. Queen it. I don't know what the like match score like. I don't know this format. Anyways, I feel like it doesn't make sense for me to watch SEC games in between rounds, but it's either this or nothing. So I don't know what's better, what's worse. Pawn push. He just wants to trade the queens off. No, he's just weakening. He gave up a pawn. Queen G6. I don't know what's going on in this game. All right, the H pawn's hanging. Another check. A block. Uh-oh. Queen to G5. Only resource there. Oh. Wait. Resigns. Yeah. After takes, king up, king here, king up in time to defend the pawn. There's no move other than to move the king, and then you lose your pawn. And then you'd be down 2 pawns. That was just one example. All right. Well, we're rooting for Jeffrey as he has done commentary with us. How did this game go? They drew over here. Yeah, we've got 6 minutes until. Hold on, we have Lazaro Bruzon. Wait, is this a late game of the round? Or is this hold on. Oh, he's not even registered. Isn't Bruzon a college player? I could be wrong. They're playing 10+5, so that's interesting. Because that's the same format as our Rapid Collegiate Championship. However, I think it's a coincidence. Jeffrey is OP, I agree. Yeah, I don't see any other college games going on. But yeah, we could keep watching Jeffrey. You saw me playing Valorant yesterday. What rank am I? I'm probably bronze now. I don't know. Maybe silver. I doubt it. I'll say I'm just bronze. I'm not that good. Best I was like silver 3 or something. I probably should have taken a 5-minute break. Who knows? I mean, I could still do it. Or I could just wait. I've gone this far. Yeah, we'll just stay on. It's fine. I think SEC though, if you want the official broadcast for that, you can go to the main chess channel. Shout out chess. All right, Jeffrey's thinking. He's under 4 minutes now. He's got the black pieces. He's got a 2-on-1 majority on the outside. So that's cool. King F1 was just played, so that's interesting. Both sides with dark square bishops. King to F7. Rook into A6. That is interesting. That just blocks the A pawn from moving. But that rook, I don't know how happy that rook is over there. Perhaps the plan is to play rook to A3. Double up on that A7 pawn. And if black tries defending that A pawn, then the B pawn is going to fall because then the A pawn becomes pinned. So, yeah, I actually like this move a lot for white. In fact, okay, the only downside with rook a3 is that Jeffrey has bishop takes b2 with tempo. So that's interesting. Rook into c2, very nice, very aggressive, right? Just attacking b2. Now, white does have this tactic on b6 that you could take. So this might just be a fancy trade of rooks or pawns or both. So that's interesting. Both sides now under 4 minutes. Rapid college championship should start in about 3 minutes. So this is the old SCC break in between rapid matches. Lots of chess being played today. Lots of top level chess. All right, Grishuk now. About to get to 3 minutes on the clock. This is just a blitz game at this point. Let's check on Danya against Artemiev. So they drew their first match. A simple h3 from Danya here. Both players at a solid 3,100. It's pretty good. Pretty good. Not too shabby. And Danya's got a time advantage here. What's going on, Artemiev? He's got all of his pieces on the back rank, except for the knight. Hello, Brody. Good to see you. It'll take me a minute before you hear me respond because I'm on a delay. So don't think that I'm slow to responding. I'm slow on purpose. Because we can't have you guys watching these games live. No. Well, I think you could on our events page. Which I should probably link in a command. But I don't. But yeah, we are waiting for round 5 of the U.S. Collegiate Rapid Championship to start. We have a little downtime between rounds. So the arbiters have to submit all the results and then get the pairings out and then set up the matches. So that's why it takes some time. Hey, Dagger, good to see you. I think it'd be funny if I just said that I have another minute delay. After I say hi to anyone in the chat, I'll just say I have a minute delay, which isn't that bad. I think I still respond faster than Sammy would. I hope Sammy's still here, that he heard that, but probably he's left, I would imagine. But all right, it is 12:15 p.m. Pacific, which is the start of the next round. So we have one here. Baradza, he's losing on time. Baradza, where's Baradza from? UTRGV against Tennis Master. That's Unieski Quesada from Webster, I believe. That's not good. Come on, Baradza. Make your move. Although, to be fair, I think Baradza has like the full 10 minutes to get back. So, but yeah, the schedule of the tournament is on the events page. So these players should know when the rounds are starting. So that's not great to see. All right, he's there. Baradza has arrived, which is good. All right, we've got Grigori versus Anna Sargsyan from Webster. Yeah, I think Oparin had a draw in the last round, so he's going to look to bounce back from that. We have Fusik here from... Where is he from? He's from Texas. I'll just say Texas. And we have Promin. It's Benjamin Gladura from Webster. Let's see. Jacob Fusik. Fus is from UTRGV. Where's Funo? We haven't watched any Funo matches. Funo 09. That is Victor Gajic. He is playing 2100. Farewell to Kings. Who is this? That is Isaac Spence from Virginia Polytechnic Institute and State University. So that's a new school that we haven't mentioned earlier. What's switched to play and why is it replacing changing live chats? That is a good question. I think that it's pretty much the same thing. It's just an updated version. So, they were doing both play and live at the same time because they wanted to work on play, but not get rid of live until play was ready. And now play is ready, so they're getting rid of live. So that's pretty much my short version answer to that question. All right. Let's see. How many other games we got? We've got Alexei Sorokin. Is he Texas Tech guy? Yes, he is. Against So Lucky, though. That is, I want to say, is that Stavrula from SLU? Yes, it is. Stavrula So Lucky, though. So, yeah, one of the better usernames out there. A pun on her last name. Playing with the black pieces, she's at $24.99. So discount $2,500. Hopefully she can get one rating point here to break that 2,500 mark. I'm sure she's broken it before, but you know. Sorokin at 25.69. King F2 played here. Very interesting. Not castling. No. Maybe wants to keep the rook on the H file for H4, H5, H6. We'll have to see. Alexei at 9 minutes and change. Stavrula just over 8 minutes, so pretty early on in the game still. Who else can we watch? Oh, there's Raja versus Rubani. Who did I say was Rubani? And where is he from? Rubani is from UT Dallas. A.L. Grenberg. Yes. I will definitely remember that. Man, there's so many good games going on. It's hard to keep track of everything. We haven't watched these players yet. Andrew Mako. From UT Dallas. And Pay 2-1 from UT Rio Grande Valley. So we got two Texas players going at it. It's Ekin Barris Ozenier. Have not heard of this player. 1878. That is pretty high up there, Brody. You should have registered for this, man. Well, where's the SIUE representation in the U.S. Collegiate? You know, to be fair, though, this is week 1 of the Rapid and Blitz. Week 2 is next Sunday, so a week from today. You can play in the Blitz Championship. I know that's more your speed, perhaps. All right. Wandering Explorer. We haven't watched his games. Who is Wandering Explorer? Anish Vivekanathan from UT Dallas against Seaman Cannon from Texas Tech. I really have to remember these names, especially if I'm going to do commentary at Pan Am's. These are all the same players. But yeah, I haven't watched Wandering Explorer yet. At Pan Am's, I'm just going to call them by their chess usernames. Okay, here's another one that we haven't looked at. This is Rui David that Liam Lee told us about against Victor Matvishin. Victor is from Texas Tech. And it looks like white has the better structure here. Black has doubled F pawn, so that's not good. Man, I'm realizing just how many of these players there are. There's so many. This is not the OTB one. This is online. The OTB one is in January. You could still make it to that. This is Miley Jade Ouellette from UT Rio Grande Valley. Losing to JMB. Is that John Michael Burke? John Burke. I don't know if his middle name is Michael, but he's from Webster. Oh, was there a queen? A Botez Gambit? A mouse slip, perhaps. Queen B6, and there it goes. So we have apologies in the chat, and Miley saying no worries, it happens. She's used to it, maybe, or understands. Would do the same thing in his shoes. So no hard feelings there. Here we have Antipov versus Keep It Cool. Keep It Cool is An Shah from Rutgers. Both these players are in the Collegiate Chess League. So perhaps they've played each other already. I'm not sure. Gosh, we have so many of these games. It's crazy. Let's see. Who should we keep an eye on, huh? Maybe we watch Grigori versus Anna Sargsyan. So Mizzou versus Webster here. Grigori's actually low on time. Well, lower. Only like 40-second difference, so not a big deal. But Grigori does have the doubled C file rooks, which is pretty strong. He's using them to trade down, given a check. Black has to block. Or you could take, but then you have to block after that. So the question is, how do you block? And when do you block? So there's two questions. Now, if you block first, you have to play rook f8, only move. If you take first, then you can block a couple of different ways. You can block with the rook still, but you can also block with the bishop 2 different ways. And so there's a couple of these options that's going through Anna's mind right now. I would assume taking first makes the most sense. But also, I could see merit to rook f8, although white would take then on a8, I assume. And then you have to take back on a8, and your rook on f7 has just teleported to f8 or a8, which is kind of a downgrade, right? So I imagine you get rid of your a-file rook, which isn't doing much right now. Rook takes back, and then we block with something. Probably the rook, because blocking with the bishop, then you're in a pen. It's annoying, uncomfortable, unnecessary. Block with the rook, then we could trade, or you force the rook to leave. So that's exactly what we have here, which makes sense. So she's agreed with all of that, and now Grigori has to decide if he wants to trade or not. Ooh, this game, we've got a time disparity between Baratza and Quesada Unieski. So what is going on here? We've got rook out to e1. Rook to e6, rook back to d1, defending the rook. You could not take on e8, I don't think, because you get back ranked. And after the trade, black finally takes on a2, restoring the material imbalance. And now h4, so flight square for white, no more back rank tactics, at least for now. And now the outside a pawn's running. Rook to e7. The plan is to get behind the pawn, probably, with rook to a7. So, what does black want to do here? It's interesting. I mean, rook a7 is a threat, right? And do you really want to play rook a8? I don't think so. Oh, well, there it is. Rook a8, just supporting the pawn, preventing rook a7, although white could technically still go for it if they want to. Trading rooks. But now pawn push, I figure that white can create some attack on f7. Queen all the way back here with check. Kind of a passive move. However, this rook on a8 is starting to look like a good idea. Just supporting that a pawn. Do we just push a4 now? Is our pawn running? Is it getting ready? Tennis Master low on time. I mean, look at Baratza's clock. 8.5 minutes for the, is that Rio Grande Valley player? I feel like all these Texas schools are starting to become the same. Oh, queen's attacking the rook. So you can't take on e7 without losing on a8. So nice little defensive maneuver here, or a resource for white to get out of the pen. But now rook d8, both queen and rook are under attack. There's a couple ways to defend both. You can go back to c5. You can also go to e5 or e4. You can also play rook d7, which was the next option, and this actually threatens to win the rook and the queen. So black either should move the rook, or no, that's the only option, just move the rook. Either you trade rooks or you go back to a8, something like that, or a new square. But just keep in mind, your pawn on a5 might be hanging, so that doesn't seem great. Probably trading makes the most sense, would be my guess, and then something like queen c5. Queen c5, and then maybe queen d5. Or maybe that loses. I'm not sure. But queen c5 not played. I guess you don't need to play queen c5 to prevent the pawn from pushing, because the queen already covers that square. But now white can go, like, I guess queen d5. Instead goes here. But now queen b4 makes a lot of sense to me. And then you just get checked a whole bunch, maybe. Well, maybe not that much. So queen a7 now. Queen b5 is what I would do. That's my guess. I could be wrong, though. It's definitely possible. Viktor Gajic won his game, so that's good. How's Sorokin doing against Stavrula? Ooh, what's this king doing on g3 with the open h file? It's crazy stuff. Wow, Stavrula just going all out here. e5. So takes, and now queen to e6. Look at this. Stavrula, so aggressive. She is getting in there. With the queen and the rook, I mean, this is dangerous. She sacked a pawn for this, by the way. What a gambit from the slew player against Alexei Sorokin, the Texas Tech guy. Yeah, this game looking pretty even. Not sure. Yeah, they just agreed to a draw there. So nice hold there for Baratza. from Rio Grande Valley. How's Gladura doing against Jacob? 7th in the world in rapid. That's not bad. It's top 10. All right, Gladura has the bishop pair, but he's got doubled pawns. So, not the most exciting game. I kind of want to watch Stavrula, though. What happened here? So, let's see. Sack a pawn, knight block, knight in now, attacking here. If this, there's this. But, oh, and then that falls, maybe this. I don't know. Knight's coming here, though. Yeah, I mean, Stavrula, she's throwing punches right now. And Sorokin is on the receiving end. He's having to block everything, and she's trying to break through. She's bringing in the last piece of an attack, knight e7. So, what exactly does Sorokin do here? Queen d4, saying, I need to get these queens off the board. It's too much. Queen takes, pawn takes, and then take on f5. That is definitely one clear idea. Does this win material? It looks like it does. I like it. Bishop takes. Pawn push. b3. That's a cold-hearted move. Just locking that in. You could also take rook takes, and now knight comes in with check. You could take on d4 if you want, but then you lose d5, so that's interesting. But alas, here we go. Knight check. And now, where does the king go? Backwards, forwards. Forwards doesn't look great. So the king goes backwards. And now, do we take on d4 and lose d5? What do we do? What are we doing here? Stavrula, she's up a pawn. She's down on time, though. She's under 2 minutes to just under 5 minutes for Sorokin. That could be an issue. That could be an issue. How's Mako doing? What's going on here? Queen versus rook. That's not good. Where did your queen go? Check, check, take, push. Knight's coming in. Take, take, take. Take with check. This is just wild stuff, man. Look at that. Look at this game. Pawn push, bishop sack. Rook takes, bishop takes. And now rook g6. And that's is good enough to win the queen there, huh? Rook takes, bishop takes. Rook up, bishop back. Trading here. Black trying to find something, but it's not there. All right. Let's go back and look at more games. How's Grieger doing against Anna? The old Webster and Mizzou matchup. G5. Yep, trade rooks like we saw. Trade the last pair of rooks. The queen comes back. Trade on the B file. Bishop hits the queen. Queen check. Knight block. King protects the bishop or the knight. Queen comes back to defend the B pawn. Now black's knight dives in. King steps aside. Queen check again. Now the knight's coming in here. Trade, take on the A file. Offering trades, declining trades. So looks like white wants to keep the queens on. And why is that? Maybe because they have a safer king? I don't know. It's a tough question. Maybe because they want to play, they want to fight. They don't want to draw. O'Parn already has a draw in this tournament. How's Stavroula doing again? This was some good fighting chess that we saw over here, but they traded queens. Take on the A file first. Check. Lost a pawn. Gained a pawn. So Stavroula is up a pawn, up the outside pass pawn. Is she able to convert? I mean, it's tough. It's not so easy. All right, rook f6. Attacking the g-pawn. Although the g-pawn is defended tactically by the move knight h4 check. So rook here attacking the knight. King to f3 defending. Offering a rook trade with this move, a fancy one at that, with knight to d4 check. I guess this also defends the a-pawn. $40 seconds for Stavroula though. That's tough. That's tough to play. Can we take on f6? Pawn takes, and then bring the king in. King e8. Go after that pawn. That seems like a fair plan. I mean, you have the a pawn, right? I mean, you can't really lose that. Question is, can you win it? So also the king's last move, that gets out of the fork. So the rook on e6 needs to be defended, and is so by knight g7. Rook and knight versus rook. A draw. Probably. Or would we be looking? I can't remember. Ooh, Anna Maria lost to an international master. Funa won. Raja beat Rubani. That's Grinberg. Mako won. Antipov is low on time. Here's Gladura again against Jacob. Oh, keep it cool. Very low on time against Antipov. Looks like Antipov is going to be able to convert this one with King h6. That looks pretty good, right? Hello, Masharov. Good to see you. King steps up, but then we can go king back or king forward. Either or. White's king can't stay there forever as much as it would like to. I guess preparing for g4. That makes sense. Yep, just h6. Nicely done there from Antipov. King steps out. And the king steps in. Just either pawn push and white's going to have to concede. So, all right. White's king is trying to infiltrate. But now f4. Nice move. g4. And now h5. Threatening to win a pawn and not much that white can do about it. So Antipov wins. Nice point there. Another Grumpy. Low on time against O'Parn. 3 pawns and a queen versus 3 pawns and a queen. But O'Parn has 4 minutes on the clock to Anna's 16 seconds. So Grigory's gonna look to push here, especially with the active queen like this. In fact, you can just take on e6. Queen check, king up. This is not looking good for Anna. And the more checks she gives, the closer this king gets to checkmate. So, yeah, king takes g6, threatens mate in a lot of different ways. Waiting for the grand final. Yes, next weekend, Collegiate Chess League finals coming up. Here, king steps up. Another check. Force the queens off. Chase down that last pawn. And Grigory bounces back with a win. Gladuro won his game. Nice. All right. Summon Cannon versus Wandering Explorer here. And he gets the dub. Nicely done there. All right, we've got Aram Hakobian, right? Versus Pawn Wonder. Wait, what just happened there? Man, this is a tough tournament for Hakobian. He just lost to Pawn Wonder. That is Dante Bucas from UTRGV. Strong player. Yeah, it's the second loss from Hakobian that we've seen from Webster. Ooh, we've got Big Game still playing. Creator Cat. Wow, Big Game lost. That's a lot of rating. This is Aaron Wu from Rice University. Let's check this game out. Yeah, just up a queen, huh? That did not go well for Big Game. Where did we go wrong? Trade. I mean, the attack looks good for white. Right? So here, she needs to sack on h5 and then push g6. She goes here, but then a2 gets weak. So defend that. But then, yeah, it takes on b3 because you have rook takes on c1. Very strong idea. Oh, man, what the heck happened in this game? Wow. Just gives up the queen like that. Yeah, this did not go well for her after this. But, okay, she did something to come back after this move. Queen h7, right? She needed queen h8 check. But was probably concerned by bishop block. h8, king f7. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. After this bishop block, and maybe like rook here for that. I don't know. What the heck? Either way, Big Game goes down, unfortunately. Okay, any other games? I don't think so. So, yeah, I'm going to take a really quick break. I will be back. Next round, round 5 starts in like 30 minutes. Is that right? No, it starts in 15. My bad. All right, I will be back in 15 minutes. So I will take a quick break. Yeah, stick around for round, what, 6? Yeah, round 6. So there's 9 total rounds. We've got 4 rounds to go. So we're just over the halfway point. But yeah, thank you all for watching. And stick around for the next round. Starts in 15 minutes. I'll be back.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We've got round 5 underway of the U.S. Collegiate Rapid Championship. My name's Joe. I'm the commissioner of the Collegiate Chess League, and we've got a game here between 2 Texas players, so let's check that out. We've got Seaman Conan versus Victor Gajic. So I want to say Conan is from Texas Tech, and Victor Gajic, I'm going to guess, is Rio Grande Valley. All right, let's double check myself. Yeah, we're right so far, and yeah, Texas Tech versus Rio Grande Valley. Let's go. So yeah, 2 international masters. I'm sure they've played before. They've probably played in person too. I know Texas has their own college rapid championship. I also know that these 2 teams have probably played each other in Final Four, I think last year. Pretty sure they both went. They've also played in Pan Ams, I'm assuming. So these 2 players are definitely not strangers to each other. They know each other. They've played each other. So yeah, both players about 2,500. I guess Victor Gajic is a slight rating edge here. Let me try to find all the games that are going underway. So that's one of them. Here we have Irakli Baradza against Benjamin Gladura. Gladura from Webster, and Baradza, I'm going to guess, also UTRGV. Yep. Nice. And yeah, Irakli has already castled. He's got the bishop even tucked back on f1. So white seems to be perhaps, well, black has 3 pieces out. White only has 1, but black still needs 2 moves before they can castle, so maybe white can catch up a little bit. But yeah, rook on e1 is nice. And yeah, bishop comes out to c5. Black now 1 move away from castling. Knight comes out to d2. Knight back to f6. So that blocks the queen for a split second, and Gladura uses this opportunity to bring the bishop back. And now that knight goes to b3, offering a queen trade, but also attacking that bishop on c5. And now knight comes back to d5, attacking the bishop and defending that pawn on b6. So bishop tucks back to d2. Now Gladura can castle if he so chooses. All right, we've got a grandmaster matchup here. This is Quesada versus Harshit Raja. This is another Webster player with the white pieces here against Raja from Mizzou. So Webster versus Mizzou is a big one. I like white. Castles long. Queen and rook doubled on the d file. That d6 pawn looking kind of weak, not gonna lie. So let's see. What's the move here? f4. Trying to break down this center pawn structure of blacks. Trying to attack the black king while still in the middle. This is looking like a nice game here. Probably going to be opposite side castles. Perhaps the threat is f5. You force the light square bishop to trade for the knight. Although I guess technically the bishop could go to c4. So I guess f5 is not that big of a threat. Maybe a nuisance, but maybe the bigger threat is to just try to undermine the pawn structure in the center overall, strategically. So Raja's investing some time here to decide what the best path, the plan is. Do I develop to castle? Probably. One idea. You could also start an attack. Who knows? Is there enough time for that? I don't know. Bishop e7 and castles looks very natural to me. All right. Ooh, we have a player here that we haven't been watching. Camille Dragoon. I believe it's Dragoon from Rio Grande Valley. That would be my guess. Yes, he is. All right, so yeah, Dragoon now against Stavrula from SLU. We saw Stavrula play earlier, a solid game. I forgot how she did, actually. Maybe I double checked that. How did she do? Was that game a draw? Yes, it was. She drew against Alexei Sorokin, 51 mover. They both had 93.4% accuracy. Not bad. Yeah, and she was 24.99, so she did end up getting her rating point. She's actually the rating favorite here in this matchup, although her opponent is a grandmaster. So, but you can't count out Stavrula. She's a strong player, and she can hang with the best of them. So, she had a draw against Alexei Sorokin from Texas Tech. Now she's playing another Texas player. Man, there's so many games. It's hard to really, choose one. There's so many good games going on. Where's Oparin? Ah, here he is. He's playing a non-title player. This is perhaps a step backwards for him. He's been playing some strong players earlier. So that's interesting. His opponent already down 3 minutes, still hasn't castled yet. There goes the F pawn. But computer actually doesn't necessarily like Oparin's position, interestingly enough. But he is good on time. So there's that. Probably doesn't want to give up his light square bishop. All right. Maybe we keep an eye on Raja versus Quesada. So let's see. They ended up trading on e5, and black takes back with a knight. Now king b1 has been played. Just a solid prophylactic move. Getting the king a little safer off the c file, off that dark square diagonal. You never know. All right, bishop e7. Getting ready to castle. That d pawn is just isolated. I guess white's e pawn is also isolated after that last pawn capture, but I feel like this favors white more, since e4 is nice centrally located. d6 just feels backwards. h3, kind of a calm move, but takes away the g4 square from pretty much every black piece. So very solid move there. Perhaps preparing for g4, g5. Strong idea. Anticipating black castles, which I expect to be the move here. No, we see b5. Saying, I'm going to attack you. So now I expect g4. Saying, touche. Come at me and I'll come at you. These are two grandmasters about to engage in battle on opposite sides of the board. But black still has yet to castle. After b4, that's coming with a strong tempo. That knight's got to move somewhere. Where does it go? Well, I don't know. If you move it, then black has knight takes on e4. So that's interesting. Wow, g4 anyways. Now what happens if b4? b4 is not even one of the recommended moves. which is somewhat surprising to me. I really don't know. B4. Yeah, I actually don't see what's wrong with B4. I hope Raja plays B4 because I want to see what's wrong with it. No, he just castles. But now G5, right? I mean, this is a weird game. B4, knight D5. The knight takes on E4. I mean, queen over. Queen over. G5 ignored for now. Whoa, exchange sacrifice. Hold up. Raja just out of nowhere says, give me that knight on C3. He doesn't even want to attack the knight. All right, bishop takes E5. A trade of knights. Don't want to take on C3. Rook back. So not even committing to the exchange sack. Quesada giving Raja an out. Although perhaps taking on C3 would have been pretty bad. Not entirely sure. Now G5. Yeah, just don't even save your bishop. Just G5. Actually, you don't even need to save the bishop because, well, that D pawn is pinned by the rook. So, yeah. G5, and now where does your knight go? Your knight can go to H5, bishop E2. That looks annoying. Knight back, this makes a lot of sense. This is attacking the bishop now on E5 and breaking the pin on the D file. So the bishop's hit twice by both knight and pawn. And so Quesada should move the bishop, is my expert opinion. I think probably bishop D4, just box out the knight, makes a bit of sense. Or actually bishop to F4 as well, saving the G pawn. Although maybe we want to tempt black into taking the G pawn, opening the G file. Bishop takes G5, rook to G1. No. Saying, I will not let you take that G pawn. I will defend it with my bishop. So bishop back to F4 makes sense. Queen out. Now the D pawn is pinned, right? Because the queen and the bishop are lined up. Queen and rook, though, are lined up on the C file, attacking C2. White's queen defends that all the way over on G2, so no need to address that just yet. So going to continue with the opposite side attack. We've got H4 on the move. Knight diving in the center. Knight to D4, attacking the bishop. Maybe threatening to go to F5. Probably knight F5 is a stronger idea. If you take on E6, you're going to reunite that D pawn and strengthen black center as well as open up that rook on the F file. So I suspect knight F5 is the idea. Maybe you want to just defend the C2 pawn. Why not? Now the queen on G2 is liberated. Doesn't have to babysit C2. Anything else? Both players at about 5 minutes. Let's maybe find another game. How's Oparin doing? Not good. Not good at all. What is going on over here? Wow, that's just a blunder from Oparin. He took a pawn and was like losing his knight. That's crazy. That is crazy. Yeah, I haven't seen Oparin lose like this. To a 2000. Who is this player that he's playing? Caro. From UT Dallas. Ah, maybe he's underrated. Carlos Juxta. I don't know this player, but he is crushing Oparin right now. Oparin did have a draw earlier. This could be his first loss. I should probably know better. Are the standings getting updated? Viktor Gajic is at 5 points out of 5 rounds. So that's pretty good. Pretty good. Yeah. Man, this is a talented tournament. All right, let's check on Camille Dragoon versus Stavrula. All right, he's winning. So we had an advanced Caro. Got them knights forked, but save them with a pen. Uh-oh. Knights cooked. Yeah, that's not good for Stavrula. What happened here? Queen back, but yeah, it takes on this guy. And now ace a5. Yeah. Not looking good for So Lucky, though. Maybe she'll get lucky, though. How's Raja doing now against Quesada? What are we looking at here? Yeah, exchange sacrifice, g5, h4. Take the bishop, attack d6. What's going on here? Wow, knight d4 is a move. Would you look at that? That's a fancy one, right? Attacking c2, knight d4, bishop g3 is the move, apparently. I don't know. Knight instead to e5. Wow. Bishop h3 here. How do you stop e6? That's tough. And knight e5. Yeah, bishop h3 found. Nice move here from Unieski. Raja now in a tough spot. You don't want to give up e6, especially not with the fork. But how else do you defend e6, really? Does not look good. You might have to play king h8. Oh, imagine king f7. No way. No way, Jose. King f7 probably doesn't even work. Bishop takes on e5. Rook to f1 check. You're going to win that e-pawn at the end of the day. Bishop here, knight here now. So the knight says, all right, take my pawn. And there it goes with check. And now we can address the queen. Our queen is hanging. What do we want to do with it? Do we want to take the knight? I don't think so. We'll move our queen. Now, why do we want to move the queen instead of taking the knight? Well, our bishop on e6 is just an absolute beast. right? Cutting the king off, keeping the king in the corner. This is one issue, is that the rook hits the bishop and the queen hits the queen, or the knight hits the queen. So the queen's got to move and defend the bishop, which leaves us with these options. And queen h2 is decided upon. That gangs up on the d pawn. That poor backwards lonely d pawn. Although that d pawn is protected by 3 pieces right now. It is attacked 3 times. But in the next move, white could maybe take on c4, removing one of the defenders, and then take on d6. Both players at around 3 minutes. This is a blitz game at this point. Let's check back in with Grigory. Grigory's got his opponent down to 15 seconds. Holy smokes. This was not looking good for Grigory. Grigory was getting crushed. He was down a piece. What happened? What happened here? Somebody explain. Trade of rooks. And the pushing of pawns. Wow. And just like that, I mean, Grigory's back in it, man. What the heck? I thought Grigory lost a piece. Where did that change? The 2 pieces right here. Oh no, he just got one back. He won one here. Okay, well, he's still down a pawn though. He's up so much time, it's crazy. He's using the clock as a weapon. John Bartholomew would be proud. Does he hold it though? Can his UT Dallas opponent convert with 8 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds? All right, 96. We're going to take that bishop. Take the bishop. I guess there's rook takes then. So, okay, instead going for this. King blocks it. Also attacks that. King over, there's rook g5. Don't, oh, this is covered. Okay, I missed that. Now we're starting a check. King over. Now we're attacking the bishop. 10 seconds. Oh, taking the rook. Oh my god, dude. Grigory's going to win this game. We have a draw offer from UT Dallas. Yeah, Grigory declines, of course. And, yeah, the rook's going to g6, I imagine. King f2. Or h3. I would play f2. I don't know. f2 played. King over. Bishop in. Yeah, it's probably just a draw. I don't know what Oparin's strategy is here. But props to Oparin. He was down a piece, dude. That's crazy. Crazy. All right, pawn push. Moment of truth, I suppose. White's trying to make progress, maybe? I don't know. King up. Taking away f3 from this king. Pawn push. Rook over. Let me look at another game. All right, back to Raja and Unieski. Ooh. 2 rooks versus a queen. Wow. That's exciting. Okay, how did it happen? Whoa, sacrifice. And then a rook sacrifice. And there goes the 2 bishops, or the 2 rooks for the queen. Rook here threatening mate. Can we push this pawn? Rook f7, queen back. Wow. Computer sees something here for white. Less than a minute now. Bishop back. This is what it wanted. Rook sack. King up. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. If rook check, bishop takes, rook check, king up. Bishop check. I don't know. Anyways, pawn push. Very interesting. I think that Raja wants to play bishop to a3. That's my guess. Doesn't work though. Queen back, bishop takes. Queen check, and yeah, this is gonna be over. Take on e7, maybe. Or can you go like c3, rook back? What's up with this? a4 now, right? What's going on? Oh, he's attacking h5. You have to take on b3. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Queen takes b3 is like forced here. Oh man. g6. What a move. Followed by rook f5, threatening h5. And Raja doesn't even want to take on b3. He said, I've seen enough. Resigns. What a game from Quesada. Unieski from Webster. All right. Nicely done there. Give up the queen for 2 rooks. How's Grigory doing now? Still looking drawish, but dang, he's low on time. His opponent here from UT Dallas. Less than 10 seconds. Only 5-second increment. I mean, how tough can this position be? It doesn't seem like either side is really making any progress. Here we've got a big game. Antipov versus Andrew Mako. Okay. Pass pawn's running for it. But what really is going on here? That's what I want to know. Both sides at 30 seconds or less. H5 play. That kind of keeps things closed. I mean, what does black do after rook d7? Maybe just rook c5. Says, I'll give you the d-pawn for your e-pawn. However, white is keeping pressure on e6. Now Antipov at 10 seconds or less. The king wants to join. Check. Maybe you go up. Nope, you go down. Maybe you push the pawn. Nope, you attack the f-pawn. Rook takes, rook takes. You can take on h6 now. Missed. Allowing king h7 or g7. Surprising to me for sure. Like, why king d2? Why not take on h6? Maybe rook g6 check. 3 seconds. Oh, man. Antipov pushing the e-pawn. Okay. I just start commentating in accents. No. Anyways, yeah, Antipov missed an opportunity to take on h6. Opportunity lost. But the game goes on. Whoa, what happened? Mako messed up with this move, allowing king to d3. Oh, and that's a mistake. King e2 or c2, and it's plus 50. I mean, holy smokes. Holy smokes. What happened here? I mean, king e2, rook moves. We push this guy. I mean, that looks fantastic. These players are done goofing over here. King taking away this square. Rook back. King up. The king is joining the fight. I mean, this pawn, there's only one move here that draws, and it's g4, and it's not going to get played. Apparently. I believe. Imagine black plays g4. I couldn't. Yeah, rook check, the most natural move of all time. And now white's just completely winning. Wow. Wow, Antipov taking down Andrew Mako. Where's Andrew from, Mako? From UT Dallas. Okay. Man. Yeah, this is going to be a win for Antipov. How's Antipov's teammate doing over here? Oh, boy. We've got rook and bishop in game. They traded off the pawns. Rook check. King up. Threatening checkmate, by the way. King comes back. Attack the bishop. You got to be very careful where you put this thing. Bishop c7. I don't see Grigory breaking through, but the guy does have no time. Nice checkmate there from Antipov. Yeah, dude, he got the king in there, promoted his pawn. Mako couldn't stop it. All right, Grigory. Oh, baby. Either of these two moves apparently is winning. Oh, man, and Grigory missed it. I don't understand these endgames, man. What exactly is the key? I mean, oh, are they repeating? I hope not. I kind of want Grigory to win. I mean, he was down a piece, dude. Now he's up in exchange. But there's some crazy stuff happening right now. He missed the winning shot, though, apparently. I don't know how. But it's looking like it's going to be a draw, is my guess. King h1 is going to be played. Oh, or check. Okay, that works too. Ten seconds. Bishop c7. Check. King up. Bishop moves. Bishop moves. 10 seconds. There's rook check. Rook f7. Yeah, no, they're gonna repeat soon. Guarantee it. Oh, there's no checks anymore. Here. Isn't this like where you were? They drew by stalemate. Oh. Let's go back to where he missed the win. Where was it? Okay, hold on. Did I pass it? I must have passed it. I saw the eval spike to minus 50. Maybe it was just an illusion. No, I don't know. Maybe it's not there. Maybe I should do a game review and analyze it that way. I'm going to do that. I'm going to do an analysis of this game. Jeffrey and Danya both lost. That is rough. That is unfortunate. When is the next round starting? Next round starts at 1:45. Oh, this was a break round. So we have 10 minutes. But okay, now the game review, there was no win for that. The live analysis was just bugging, I guess. But this guy played a really good game. Holy smokes. And yeah, Grigory fought hard to get that advantage at the end. After being down a piece, so that's kind of crazy. But yeah, if that is the case, then ladies and gentlemen, I will take a 10-minute break. So we will be back when the next round starts. Which is at 2 o'clock actually. So yeah, we actually have it's like a 20-minute break. Cool. So yeah, stick around. This is the last bit before the end. So there's no more breaks, it's just rounds. 3 rounds remaining. Round 7, 8, and 9. So still lots of chess left to be played. The standings, let's see. The standings I don't think are updated quite yet. Round 6 isn't updated, but Viktor Gajic was in first with 5 points out of 5, so he was perfect. And he lost to Seaman Conan from Texas Tech, so maybe he's in the lead now. Conan, I guess, at 5.5 out of 6. Gladura also won, so he should also be at 5.5 out of 6. Unieski Casada also won, so also at 5.5 out of 6. Baratza lost to Gladura, so he's not there. And Raja also lost. So, yeah, first place right now, I guess we've got Seaman Conan and Benjamin Gladura and Unieski Quesada. 3 players at 5.5 out of 6. So pretty strong performance for them so far. And 3 rounds remaining. So could be anyone's game. We'll have to see. But we're going to take a quick break. We will be right back. Appreciate you guys watching and sticking around. So yeah, only 3 rounds left. Our next round starts in exactly 20 minutes. So I will see you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back from the break. This is round 6 of 9 in the U.S. Collegiate Rapid Championship. We've got a big matchup here underway. It's Benjamin Gladura from Webster against Seaman Conan from Texas Tech. Is that right? Well, both these players are 5.5 out of 6, so they haven't been beat yet. They're leading the tournament. I think there's only one other player at 5.5. And I believe that is Unieski Casada from Webster. So 2 players from Webster, 5.5 out of 6, Gladura and Casada. Texas Tech, they've got 2 of the top 4 players. Alexei Sorokin in 4th place. With a score of 5 out of 6. So if we're looking at the team score, top 4 scorers from each school count towards the team score. So let's see, Texas Tech has another player at 5, and their 4th player, it's a while before you see a Texas Tech player. The 4th board for Texas Tech is pretty low, actually. I don't see. They have Andres Horvath all the way down in 60th place at 3 out of 6. If I'm seeing that right, I could be wrong. So I don't think Texas Tech is going to win the team prize. They have 3 really strong players, but their 4th board is pretty low. So let's see. Webster's board 3 is John Burke with 4.5. And their next player is Aram Hakobian, as well as Gergely Cantor. They both have 4 points each. So let's see. That's 11 plus 8.5. That's like 19.5 points for Webster. That's pretty high. Next would be probably Mizzou. Mizzou has Antipov at 5 and Luca at 5. Oparin is at 4.5. And we have Chris Repka at 4.5. So that is 19 points, if I'm not mistaken. So right now, it looks like Webster's in first, a half point ahead of Mizzou, would be my guess. UTRGV might be in third. They have 2 players at 5, Victor Gajic and Camille Dragoon. They have their board 3 is Irakli Baratz at 4.5. So their 4th player is also 4.5. So I think Mizzou and UT Rio Grande Valley are tied, but UT Rio Grande Valley has like 3 or 4 people at 4.5, so they have a good chance of passing Mizzou. But yeah, that's crazy. That's 3 teams within a half point for first place with only 3 rounds remaining. So yeah, Webster, they're looking good. Mizzou and UT Rio Grande Valley are looking good. Texas Tech, I think they're missing out with their 4th board. So they had 3 players come to play. Their 4th player not doing well enough for them to be in contention for a team prize if this standings is up to date. All right. If I donate, do I get the money, Sammy? The answer to that question is yes, if you donate to my personal channel. If you want to donate to this channel, I do get some of that, but not as much as my personal, but I feel like that makes sense, right? Anyways, let's check out this game. If we're looking at the individual scoring, we've got the top 2 players right now, Conan versus Gladura. So Gladura from Webster, Conan from Texas Tech. Stenio Rodrigo, thank you for the follow. Welcome. Hello, Headbands. How are you? Good to see you. So, all right, this game, we've got Gladura with the white pieces. And we trade on c5. We push for e4, hit the bishop, trade the knights. And we find ourselves in this position, fairly open. White a little ahead in development, perhaps. Conan just brought out the queen to a5. And now does Gladura bring out his dark square bishop? And where to? e3, d2, f4. These are pretty much the main options here. Queen to e4, very classic. Threaten checkmate in 1. Maybe they miss it. Okay. Queen is here to defend. Sammy, you want a shout out? I could give you a shout out. If you join, you should join the CCL or the ambassador program for FAU. You should at least, if the least amount I could ask for is that you try to find if they do have a chess club and just connect me with them. But also, like, I don't know how much my shout outs are worth, Sammy, but shout out to Sammy Wall, Swole 19. Go check him out. He's a college chess player. Used to be part of the University of Central Florida, but now is doing grad school, or actually, I think he's technically doing a second bachelor's. Correct me if I'm wrong there. But yeah, unfortunately not playing. He's giving these grandmasters a chance to win. We all know that Florida Atlantic University would do really well in the U.S. Collegiate Championships. So, you know, he's given the Websters and the SLUs and the Texas Techs and the University of Texas a chance. I love this move. Rook to d8 and bishop to c2. It's giving really, a lot of respect to this light square bishop, right? If you look at black's light square bishop, it's not doing it. It's not a good piece, right? This pawn's in the way. This pawn's in the way. What's this guy going to do? Maybe you fianchetto, but the problem is your knight's going to fall. So, yeah, this bishop, very, very strong bishop, right? Pointing directly at h7. So we're not even going to let Conan even dream about sacking the exchange. Bishop tucks back, but also it's like not really necessarily that we're afraid that black will take. We're just knowing that the bishop is only defended by the queen. So the queen is kind of limited, right, in this capacity when there's this rook barreling down the d file staring at your bishop. So just tucking the bishop back, just a nice, simple, calm move, right? And now the queen's a little freer. The bishop is tucked away. This rook this is a solid move, right? Controlling the entirety of the d file. Bishop here might help support to try to counteract this rook at some point. Especially if the bishop comes here, then rook here makes sense. But also, I think white wants to develop this bishop first at some point, some way. Where? I don't know, maybe this? Maybe this followed with knight here? I don't know. But yeah, both players at 6 minutes. Let's see if we can look at another game here. Where's Unieski Casada? Tennis Master versus Alexei Sorokin. Here we go. So Sorokin has 5 out of 6. Strong player from Texas Tech. So yeah, 2 grandmasters going at it here. Love this structure for black, right? Look at that pyramid in the middle of the board there. Light square pawns, dark square bishop, very nice and complementary. White doubles on the c file. Let's see what happens if this knight gets kicked. Where do we go? Probably just go backwards, right? Because then you have some discoveries with the knight, double rooks here, but this rook is sufficiently defended. Okay, bishop coming in. Pressure here. I mean, is this a threat? Knight takes? Probably. It feels like it. Knight takes. If rook takes, then we win this knight. So the knight moves. The knight gets out of there. The knight also defends this rook, by the way. So there's no knight takes here ideas, which makes sense. So knight e2, solid move from Sorokin. This is the number 2 player from Texas Tech. Again, only 3 rounds remaining, so we're down to the wire here. This is crunch time. This is where winners are made. This is where champions are born. This is where titles are earned. This here, right here, this is Webster versus Texas Tech. Webster and Texas Tech, they both have 2 of the top 4 players. So all top 4 players are either from Webster or Texas Tech. Fun fact. So yeah, these 2 teams really going at it. And honestly, it's funny. Texas Tech not really competing for the team prize. They are competing, of course, for the individuals prize, the top prize. But in terms of the team battle, this matchup, Texas Tech is really just trying to play the act of the spoiler. They're trying to prevent Webster from winning. They're a half point ahead of Mizzou and Rio Grande Valley right now. So should be fun to see if Texas Tech can steal some points from this Webster team, right? That gives Mizzou, Rio Grande Valley a chance to get back and maybe gain some points against this Webster team, who is currently in the lead. So, yeah, here's an interesting time disparity. We've got 7 minutes for Sorokin, just under 4 minutes for Unieski. So, what exactly is going on here? The knight is on f5 now. That helps lend some defense. Maybe Sorokin was thinking of starting an attack on g6. Like, there's 3 attackers, only 1 defender, really. So you could get 2 pawns for a piece and plus an attack. But no, we've got the knight in here blocking, and now White says, well, if you're going to block these pieces, I'm going to add another piece into the attack. Let's get that h-pawn rolling. And now Unieski, slowly but surely, rerouting pieces towards the king side here, trying to perhaps distract some of White's pieces, maybe even eliminate some pieces, maybe trade down here. I'm not sure if we want to give up a bishop for the knight. And I really like this light square bishop for White. I mean, right now, all these pawns are on light squares, so they're trying to put up a defense. However, over time, these pawns can become weaknesses. They can become targets. Now, White has a chance or an opportunity to perhaps trade off here and win a pawn back. Instead, inserting rook c7. This is nice, right? So black takes on h5 after trading on f4. This distracts the queen. Otherwise, pawn takes, and maybe that falls, and pawn structure's kind of ruined there. But instead, the queen pivots. We do lose a pawn, but this allows the rook to come into c7 with tempo on the queen. So the queen steps back. Active rook here for White. But yeah, Unieski enjoying up a pawn, right? Queen here might be a thing. Maybe. Try to trade down while you're ahead. But yeah, I expect probably bishop takes f5, right? That's going to be one immediate way for Sorokin to get at least a pawn back. Although, now that I look at it, I realize that you can't take back because the rook would then be hanging. But okay, pawn push. And still, though, taking here, even if you're not winning the pawn immediately, you're damaging the structure, right? You're doubling the f-pawns. You're isolating the d-pawn. It makes sense strategically to try to do that. But no, not to be played. I think Sorokin also likes having the bishop. Like I said, black has all their pawns on light squares. And you can see even here, White's just putting another pawn on a dark square, locking everything. And now we see g6 just kind of hunkering down, trying to block out the bishop. But this does create certain dark square weaknesses, perhaps. The knight is covering these, so there's no entrance with the queen just yet. But if the knight ever moves, then perhaps some of these squares become weak. But yeah, overall, I think that Unieski is okay being up a pawn, and is gonna try to convert this somehow. But yeah, not clear on how to break through just yet. Again, you can take on f5 and go into that endgame, but probably not best unless you can see for certain that you're getting something back. Let's check on some of the other games. Back to Gladura. This is board 1 here. The top 2 players going at it. So what's going on? All right, there's a pawn on g5. That's what sticks out to me immediately. So the mate was defended, bishop back, trading here, yes. Not taking with the knight. Not taking with the knight. Why is that? I guess preventing rook d2 is one idea. I don't know. Wow, h6. Now that is a questionable move. I'm surprised not taking here right away. Or what if just like queen here? Maybe there's this, I guess. Anyways, takes and takes with the knight. Now the queen defends this and this. Pawn push is interesting. Yeah, Don, I am still alive because this tournament lasts another 3 rounds. So this started at 9 a.m. Pacific. It is currently 2:20 Pacific. So I've been on for about 5.5 hours. And we still have like another hour and a half or more. Maybe 2.5 hours. So yeah, fun stuff. But we do have another guest to come in now. But who knows? we might just finish solo for the rest of the stream, which is totally fine. I really enjoy watching these chess players play. Like, to me, these guys are all-stars. These guys are superstars. Like, it's the coolest thing. I think that these guys are the equivalent of like any professional college athlete, right? And we get to watch them play. This is like a rare opportunity to see the talent of the college chess world come together in one place. And that's why I'm so excited for Pan Ams. Like, seriously, you guys, if you can go. It's an awesome opportunity. It's a great experience. I went last year and unfortunately got sick, so I didn't get to experience it fully. But I'm going this year, doing commentary. And yeah, I'm just super excited. So it'll be a good time. And this, to me, is just kind of like a little preview, a little warm up, a little appetizer of the college chess tournament to come. Is it Swiss with 1 open section? Pan Am's is 2 sections. There's an open and an under 1800, I believe. And it is Swiss tournament, but it is team format. This is an individual Swiss with a team component, but Pan Am's is purely team, as in teams of 4. Now here we have this really interesting couple of moves. Bishop to b3, I like it a lot. Attack f7, forces the bishop to retreat. This also helps open up the rook. The knight steps back now. We're attacking the e-pawn with 1, 2, 3 pieces. It's only defended once. Rook lift, and now we go for this queen trade. Now, somebody tell me, why are we not taking on e5? Well, knight takes. Maybe we get an append, but I mean, it comes with tempo. And then queen takes, and also rook here is blocked by that. I don't really know. Instead decides to trade down here, and I guess this pawn's a goner anyways, right? Like, why rush in to take it? Why take it and open things up with the queen still on when we could trade queens first and then trade, right? Because now we have more material off the board that's going to favor the side that's up a pawn, right? And that looks to be Gladura here with the white pieces. So only now does he trade, right? And the king is over here, so we're out of this pen. Rook now comes on to the second. Glidora challenges that immediately. Says, I want you gone. Get off here. Black's like, you know what? I'm not going to trade. I'm just going to leave it here. If you want to take, be my guest. You're just going to invite my other piece in. So in the meantime, I'm going to improve my piece. And now we see the trade. Glidora says, well, if you don't trade me on e2, I'm going to attack f7 now that your bishop has moved. And so after that, does Conan take on e2? And now we see a space made for the king. Gonna go towards the center. Hello, Chess Bay. You take pawn anyway. What's up, Chess Jawa? We're getting some reinforcements in the chat. But yeah, we have 3 rounds remaining. How many players are from U Chicago? That's what I want to ask. Why isn't a Wonder in here? We have Will the Thrill. We have Frank Ragone. And that's it. There's 2 U Chicago players. Man, imagine they brought their full strength team. They could be put, maybe you guys will join for the Blitz. I can only hope. Anyhow. All right, what's going on? We're putting pawns on dark squares over here. So yeah, it's kind of interesting, right? We have the same color bishop in this endgame. And for the most part, you want to put pawns on the opposite color of your own bishop. And you see that both sides putting pawns on dark squares, very logical. But you also see that white has pawns on light squares here. So what's interesting is that because this is on the king side and this bishop's on the long diagonal, if instead we played for, let's say, g3, this can create some real weaknesses over here. Like bishop to f3 is already pretty immediately annoying. And if this rook, you can imagine, goes to the h-file, well, that's a mate threat right there. So yeah, f3 is played here instead. And that does put a pawn on light squares, but it allows the king to operate on the dark squares. And it also just kind of negates this bishop's reach along this diagonal, right? So kind of interesting there. Conan now very low on time, under 30 seconds, and we see Glidora is still just at about 2 minutes. You're suffering with homework. They're playing the U.S. team event. What's the U.S. team event? I forgot. Okay. Rook all the way back to b1. Now, it's kind of annoying, right, attacking the b pawn, but at the same time, this rook is conveniently defending it, and this rook, that's all it's doing. There's not much beyond that, and it's going to get flushed out pretty quick. So bishop d3, rook goes to c1. Maybe we give a check. Maybe we bring the bishop here. Just open up the d file for the rook, but yeah, maybe like rook d4 makes sense. Rook h1. I think both players are still trying to figure out where they want their pieces. It's not clear. Glidora, though, up a pawn, so this is looking like Glidora's game, and that would be huge for Webster. Webster in the lead for the team scoring. Let's look at the second board here. We've got Sorokin from Texas Tech against Unieski from Webster, and here we see the Texas Tech players up on time, about 2 minutes. And Unieski from Webster is down to under 30 seconds. So what exactly is going on here? Looks like Black has a connected passer here on the C file, which is pretty strong. Black is trying to trade down. White's like, no, I think I'll leave that on. But hello, can we take on d5? Yes. What's crazy is it likes queen takes better. Give up that rook, but you win this one. So that would have been really cool. Instead, takes with the pawn, rook here, and now it's harder to save this guy. So yeah, queen takes was an opportunity to win material. Instead, you take and then you lose that, unfortunately. Now here, I was wondering if we could play like this. Maybe, I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. Anyways, check. Gotta watch the back rank, right? Rook is covering this check. Rook d8 would have been a threat of checkmate. That would have been nice. So queen comes back. Now we've got 2 pieces behind the c pawn. Hello. Rook here wants to come here, support by the pawn. Less than 30 seconds still. Queen up, offering a trade, but oh, rook d8. Oh my goodness, if king moves, queen mate. And if you take, you lose the queen. So in time pressure, Unieski from Webster gonna go down to a nice tactic here. Yeah, this king, this queen, and rook too strong. So there goes the game. Sorokin from Texas Tech getting points out of Webster. That's a big match result there on board 2. And that's going to put Sorokin at 6 out of 7. All right, back to the top board. We're only looking at these 2 games. This is the race for number 1. So Sorokin right now in Seoul first. He took down Unieski. So Sorokin, he's only a half point ahead of these 2 players. So if they draw, we're still going to have a 3-way tie for first. However, look at white. They've got all these pawns. I don't think this is going to be a drawn game. I would put my money on Gladura. Gladura's looking good. Gladura up 3 pawns. He could lose one. The b2 pawn is hanging, but the g pawn is running. Rook check forces the king back. But what do we have here? All right, the b pawn is pushed, so maintaining the 3-pawn lead. And black, meanwhile, has 1 pawn. Got to try to promote that guy. The c pawn is hit. Rook d3, g2, threatening g1. So now rook to g3. King steps back over. And now the b pawn runs. So probably the king will chase it. King c5. a4, holding on to that b pawn. All right. Black attacking the a pawn. King steps aside. Now if rook takes a4, there's rook takes g2. There's king takes on b5, but then the f pawn runs, and should be a simple win here for Gladura. So Webster, they lose on their board 2, but they're gonna win here on board 1. So Texas Tech and Webster, they're just trading points here from the top 2 boards. Now let's keep an eye on some of the Mizzou players. Here we have Grigory. He gets a dub against I believe this is Maria from UTRGV. Yep, and she let's see, she's in 17th place from last round. She's at 4.5 out of 6. Where's Antipov? Did we miss his game? Probably. I should probably follow him. Here's Hakobian from Webster against KC Knock. Who's this? Saksham Rotella from UT Dallas, also at 4.5 points. Very low on time. Hakobian, we've seen, has a couple games that they struggled with. This is a bishop and a pawn versus a rook. So really tough endgame to try to win here, but rook is definitely favored. But yeah, hard to make progress here. All right, rook f6. Working on the dark squares. Maybe g4 could have been played on the last move, but it'd be rook versus pawn and bishop. Oh, check. King back to e5. e5 or e7? Only moves, but probably e5 makes the most sense. No, he goes down. All right, interesting. Maybe wants to bring the king to f8 to g7 and attack the g6 pawn. Why not? Seriously, what's wrong with that? We saw rook versus bishop in game for Oparin earlier. That was a draw. But okay, king to g7. Let's try it. Why not? Probably then f4, right? Okay. Yeah. Gladura won. Sorokin won. Grigori won. Another Grumpy from Webster won. It's Anna Sargsyan. Anna Maria also won from Webster. Or maybe those were old games. I can't remember now. Oh, Chicago. They won U.S. Amateur Team North, so they play in the U.S. Amateur Team Finals. I didn't know that they did that. They do like the winners of North, East, West, and South. They all play in one tournament. Is that over the board? Well, yeah, this game, I don't think there's like any other games happening right now. None that I can see, at least. So this is like the last one of the round. All right, king to g7. Pressure on g6. King takes, king up. Chicago b1. All right, rook takes d3, yeah? What do you think they play on? Maybe rook a4, yeah, then bishop e4. Yep. It's online, played on ICC. Now, Chicago's B team won. Does that mean their B team has to play, or you guys can put in a Wonder and Praveen? Also, how did your B team win? I think that's the real question. That's what the people want to know. Also, why isn't Rui Feng playing in this? Chicago might have excuses, but what's UT Austin's excuse? It's okay. The Rapid really is just the warm-up to the Blitz. The Blitz is the real test of time. And why isn't USCF doing why aren't they doing the Bullet Championship? That's what the people want to know. Truly. Wait, why did you put them on your B team? You went here or here, that would win immediately. The king went here, wisely enough. Only because Brain? You called him Brain twice. Brain is 800. So for your championship match, could you swap him out for someone else or no? Oh my goodness, these players need to they need to draw. This is gonna last. When's the next round supposed to start, though? To be honest, I think they're still kind of on schedule. This is round 7. Round 8 is scheduled to start in 8 minutes. So I think they're fine. They're gonna do fine. It's just kind of funny how long these games can last with the 5-second increment. But yeah, Jacobian from Webster's had a tough tournament so far. If I check the standings, let's see where he's at. He's in 20th place with 4 out of 6. And this, assuming, is going to be a draw. He should get 4.5 out of 7. KC Knock from UT Dallas is at 4.5, so should improve to 5 out of 7. Average rating of below 2,200. So yeah, with a Wonder and Praveen and William, you guys can't have anyone higher than 800 rated. So that's interesting. Your A team is technically higher rated because it was probably more well balanced. But that's cool though. Yeah, I like the amateur team events. I played in amateur team West at least twice. Had fun both times. I got crushed the first time. I was on board 1. And board 1, let me tell you, it's not fun. Why? Because you get crushed by better board 1s. Wait. No. I'll play like King E5. But there's King C1 here. King C1, pretty much only move saving the pawn. Well, King C3 now. Bishop E4. Rook A5 maybe. Doesn't even threaten mate really. Anyways. Yeah, I got crushed on board 1 the first time I went. The last time I went, the second time, I played on board 4. And let me tell you, that was a lot more enjoyable. Who was on U Chicago A is a good question, Jeffrey. Kapil, Max, Oliver, and another 1900, I think. That's confidence right there. I like Kapil. I don't know the other ones very well. Yeah. That's another reason why, like, okay, it's cool in amateur team that, you know, you have to like craft your team, put players in certain spots for like their ratings or whatever. But the Collegiate Chess League team format, it's like, this is the best that you can put on a team, right? It's like no cap, literally no cap. And you also just like put all your best players on one team. It's like, those are your stars. No question. I think it's cool. But okay, when was the last capture or pawn push? Does anyone want to venture a guess how close we are to pawn 50 move rule? This was move 81. 81 at 50. What is that? 131 we need to get to? We're at 122. Now, if black wanted to make the game last any bit longer, don't flag, sir, Mr. Jacobian. Oh, king in the corner. King here. Pawn push. All right, 50 move rule has been reset, ladies and gentlemen. So that was move 125 with a capture. And, well, with that, I guess we have until move 175. But don't fear. The next round is only supposed to start in the next 3 minutes. So if this game ends in the next 3 minutes, we're still on time. Unfortunately, with 50 moves, with an additional 5 seconds per move, that's how many additional minutes? Someone's smart. So let's see. Both moves is like 10 seconds. So every 6 moves is an extra minute. So, I mean, 60 moves would be 10 minutes, but it's 10 less moves than that. It's too much work. Wait. I mean, it's an extra 500 seconds, right? So, what does that divide by 6? What? That's, well, 540 would be 9 minutes. So it's 8 minutes and 20 seconds. I'm sure someone did that faster than me. But oh well. So okay. How does white win here? Well, you can give checkmate. That's one way. But this bishop obviously is going to prevent that from happening. Now, maybe there's some cases where yeah, like that. That looks pretty cool. Wait. Oh, that was check. Oh. Well, anyways, yeah, there's also king back to a1, right? Because there's bishop block, something like that, I think. I don't know. Either way, they're about 15 moves into the 50 move rule. We're at a 140 mover right now. One of these players could run out of time due to boredom and win that way. So, you never know. Just saying. Check, check. Rook here, there's like bishop here stuff. Check again. Check again. Threatening mate. Bishop blocks. $152 is where they're at. They've got another like 25 moves. Something like that. 23 moves. Yeah, we are officially at round 7 start time. So, how's everyone's Sunday going? You guys like the 50 move rule? It's pretty cool, huh? Oh, we're threatening checkmate. Hold on. King over. Rook over. I'm surprised they haven't even three-folded yet. All right, 162 is where they're at. There's like 13 moves left. 13 moves left. This is chess at the highest level. These are two absolute masters going head to head at their craft. The bishop versus rook. I mean, truly, when two pieces match each other in strength, such as this, it's understandable to see it go the distance. When an unstoppable force meets an immovable object. That's the rook and bishop endgame right here. So, yeah, we got 10 moves left. Oh, check. That gets me every time, man. Seeing the king's opposite and the rook going for mate. I just keep forgetting that's a check. Anyhow, they're at move 169 here. 170. Don't play king b1. Ah, you missed it. Don't play king b1. All right, one more move left in this game, I believe, and that'll be the 50 move roll. If my math is correct. There we go. Look at that. And KC Knott gets some rating out of it. There we go. So, yeah. Jacobian, another draw. 175 mover. That was a long one. When did this game start? When was that round started? At 2? That was a 49-minute 10+5 game. That's not bad. That's not bad. And they still had like an extra minute they could have added on. 50 minutes for 10+5. That's 30 minutes beyond the initial start time. Is that right? How do you get 30 minutes from 5-second increment? Every 6 moves is an extra minute. So every 60 moves is an extra 10 minutes. That was close to 180 moves, which would have been 30 minutes, right? So, well, anyways. All right, that is the end of round 7. We've got 2 rounds remaining in the championship in this tournament. So they just need to get the pairings out and match the players, and we can move on with round 2. We are about 5 minutes behind schedule, but that is a-okay because the odds that the next 2 rounds will have games that last that long is low, I'd say. And we should be able to catch up on time. But yeah. Let me see the games here. We had Gladuro 1, right? He's at 6.5. He's in Seoul first. And there's one player at 6. And that is, I believe, Alexei Sorokin. So, we should see Gladura versus Sorokin in this second to last round, if I'm not mistaken. That's a big one. Gladura hasn't lost yet. Gladura has 1 draw out of 7 rounds. Pretty tough competition, and he's been doing it. So, who's winning right now? I just answered. You probably heard it. But it's Gladura, Benjamin Gladura. Thank you for the follow, Sepgall. Welcome. Man, that was a long game. All right, and we are just waiting for the next round to start. Should be any minute. Any minute now. Yeah, Glidora's at 6.5. And then we have 3 players tied at 6. Alexei Sorokin, Victor Matvishin, and Luka Budisavljevic. I'm sure I butchered that name, but he's from Mizzou. Victor Matvishin. Where is Victor Matvishin from? Texas Tech. Nice. Okay. Let's see. The game is gonna start. Soon. That's what I keep saying. It will be soon. Two rounds remaining. Maybe I should do a quick check on the team scores. Ooh, it just got updated. Okay. So let's see. Is Webster still in the first place? They have 1 player at 6.5. Benjamin Glidor, number 1. Their second player, Unieski Quesada, they lost, so they're still at 5.5. Third player is Cantor at 5. And their fourth player is also at 5. So 2 players at 5, that's 10 points. 1 player at 5.5, and 1 player at 6.5. So that's 22 points for this Webster team. Yeah, Texas Tech's fourth player is just way too low. At only 4 points, but let's see. They have 12 from their top 2. 5.5 plus 9.5 is like what, 21.5? Is that right? Yeah, 21.5 for Texas Tech. Okay, that's actually not that bad, right? What was Webster at? 22. Texas Tech is only a half point behind Webster. Mizzou, though, they have 1 player with 6, 2 with 5.5. So that's 17, and their fourth player is Raj at 5.5. Wow, actually, they have 2. Wait, 17 plus 5.5 is 22.5. So Mizzou, I think, is in number 1 spot. UT Rio Grande Valley, they have 2 at 5.5. That's 11. And they have 2 at 5. So that's 21. So if I'm right, it's Mizzou, Webster, Texas Tech, and UTRGV. Super close, though. UT Dallas, their best player is Andrew McCovey. No. Carolus Juxta, who had that draw against Grigori. He's 5.5. But yeah, SLU, they did not bring their full roster. Their top player, though, is Stavrula with 5. Okay, well, anyways, we have the next round now underway. Victor Matvishin versus Gladura. This is not number 1 versus number 2, unless Gladura has already played Sorokin, which I don't know if that... I don't think so. which is interesting to me. But this is number 1 versus number 3, Webster versus Texas Tech. We have Sorokin versus Luca. This is number 2 versus number 4. This is a big matchup here. Texas Tech versus Mizzou. Here's Antipov versus Jacob Foos. And I want to say this is from UT Rio Grande Valley. Yep. So who should we watch? Ooh, there's Dragoon versus Oparin. Mizzou versus UTRGV. So yeah, Mizzou's top grandmasters. They're working hard to get some points. What is Luca's title? Lucky Luca's a grandmaster too, huh? Yeah, they got 4 grandmasters, man. Yeah, Webster has like 5. But Aram Hakobian and John Burke, they're only down at 4.5 out of 7. So not their best showing today. Ennis Sargsyan is their international master. She's at 5 points out of 7. She's in their Webster's top 4. So she's their 4th player, actually, if I'm not mistaken. Man, this is a long tournament, huh? Still 2 rounds remaining. It's 3 o'clock Pacific right now. So we're officially at the 6-hour mark. And still 2 games left. So these players are they're giving it their all. It's like a marathon. Here's a big matchup here. Kanan versus Raja. This is board 4 for Mizzou. So he needs to get some points here for the Mizzou team. Kanan, 3rd place for Texas Tech. Yeah, all these teams, they're just so close in the team matchup. They're all fighting for points. They all need the points. And the points are huge. It's not only just points for your team, but it's points you're taking away from other teams. Okay. We've got Chris Repka against Anna Maria. Chris Repka, he's not even top 4 for Mizzou. It's crazy. Where is Chris Repka? He's in 25th place with 4.5 against Anna Maria from Webster. Where is she? She's in 31st place, also 4.5. Okay. So I kind of want to keep an eye on Oparin versus Dragoon, although we should probably keep an eye on Gladura. Gladura is facing some time pressure against Matt Vishen. Queens are off the board. This king is on e7 in the middle. All minor pieces and major pieces are there. Just queen and 2 pawns traded. Both C and D pawns gone. I'm expecting bishop b7. I don't know what else Glidora is thinking about, truly. Like, connect the rooks, you know, bishop on long diagonal. What more could you really ask for? Like, how are you at 5 minutes? And Victor has only used 3 seconds off their clock. This is not good time management. Just play bishop e7. There it is. All right, but now knight a5. Played immediately, mind you. Okay. So we move the bishop again. Bishop e4, d5. Not sure. But one of those two, I suspect. All right, bishop d5. Pawn to f3. This is threatening e4, I would guess. Can we play e5? Is that a move? e5, e4. We have to move our bishop yet again. Yeah, Victor's feeling confident here. Glidora has used over half their time, and Matt Vishen has gained time. Time odds right now, Glidora is playing with. And he's in the #1 spot. He's in Seoul first. All right, he's a half a point ahead of the competition. And Matt Vishen is a half point behind. He's at 6. Literally calculated. Don sees the future. Don too strong. Somebody stop him. So rook c8's been played. Victor now under 9 minutes. Who else can we look at? Oh man, another crazy time mismatch. Over 10 minutes for Victor Gajic. Stavrula at 5 minutes. And she's pushing on the king side. h4. And h4 threatens h5. That bishop won't have a lot of options. You can go to e4, I guess. So now, thinking over a minute here. Under 9 minutes now. Where's Raja doing against Seaman? Bishop developed, so rooks are connected now. Yeah, Kanan has a time advantage here. Raja about to dip under 5 minutes. Bishop and knight here. Susceptible to a fork somewhat down the road. Also, knight discoveries on the queen. Bishop here. Again, maybe supporting this. Then I can simply move the tempo. Let's check back in with Glidora. I should just stick with one game, honestly. board one here. All right, knight c5. What's going on? Look at that bishop on a8, all the way tucked back in the corner. Bishop c3. Attacking the knight. G6 makes sense because you want to move the knight without blundering G7. And yeah, Glidora is playing a little quicker now. He's trying to catch up on some time. He's down 3 minutes. How's board 2 looking? We've got Luca versus Sorokin. We made a pawn all the way to h5. King defending the pawn on e7. Bishop comes back with tempo. Knight dives in. Attacking b4. Wow. Wow. What's going on here? I mean, check this out. Knight to b6. The idea is to attack a4. And then the knight on b5 will be hanging. But then queen to d2. And Sorokin goes for this piece sacrifice. Queen takes knight. Knight takes 2 pawns, but what's going on here? The point here is that I guess the knight on b5 will be hanging. I don't know. Don't we take on a8 first? A St. Louis Chess Club rating with a party of 29. We're on a 1 minute delay. I actually don't know how that works. You guys are probably not going to notice until a minute after, but I really appreciate that. How was your stream? What were you streaming? Can someone let me know? This is the US Collegiate Rapid Championship. So this is round 8 of 9. So there's only 2 rounds left. You guys are tuning in at a great time because you're going to experience the winner, the champion. We're going to declare the US College Rapid champion in just 2 rounds. So stick around. Only 1 round remaining after this. I also just noticed that the bishop defends the knight. I forgot about that. So that's cool. But yeah, Alexei Sorokin is in 2nd place right now, playing against Lucky Luca, who is also tied for 2nd. Both these players are 6 out of 7. So they've either only lost 1 game or have 2 draws. Not sure which. Let me actually check. I can check that. So Luca has 1 loss, and so does Sorokin has 2 draws. So it's interesting. But yeah, if you look at this last few moves, Sorokin plays knight takes a4. I said blundering, but basically sacrificing the knight for 2 pawns. And this knight is kind of annoying, supported by the bishop, defending this pawn. This knight is pinned. Black, after retaking, is perhaps threatening rook to b8. So that's kind of annoying, right? So what exactly is to be done here? Maybe we need knight c2. But then there's this knight move. So, well, then there's that. I don't know. It's a tough position. And Sorokin is up a lot of time, 6 minutes to Luca's 2.5. So Sorokin, for those of you that don't know, is from Texas Tech, and Lucky Luca here is from Mizzou. This is also a team event, not just individuals, but the top 4 scorers from each team get their scores added, and the top team also wins the team championship. So lots of national titles at stake here, actually. This is officially run by the USCF, hosted by chess.com. So this is exciting stuff. At the end of this tournament, we're going to declare a national college champion for Rapid, as well as a national team champion for Rapid. And next Sunday, You won't want to miss it. We have the Collegiate Chess League finals of the fall 2022 season with $20,000 on the line. That's going to be on Saturday. And then Sunday is the U.S. Blitz Championship for college players. So jam-packed weekend, both this weekend and next weekend for college chess. It's exciting times. If you guys want to stick around and stay tuned for all of that, be sure to follow. Hi, Arcane. It's me. My name is Joe. Yep. You guys were doing puzzles. Queen and pawn versus queen Dorito. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if there's like some event. I know St. Louis Chess Club did the Fall Classic recently. But okay. Knight to c2. This was the move that I was thinking of. And the point of this move is to try to defend that knight on b5. But now comes in rook a4. What a move here from Sorokin. Lucky Luca spent a lot of time on this knight c2 move, and look at the clocks, man. He's at 1 minute. Sorokin just under 6 minutes, but rook to a4, and my goodness, is this queen trapped? I mean, looks like Sorokin's gonna get this knight back on b5. Am I right? There's nothing you can do here. And Sorokin, after all of that, is just going to be simply up a pawn, which is kind of crazy. Kind of crazy. Queen takes, bishop to d4, saying, I really got to get this stuff out of here, right? And if bishop takes, well, you don't want to do that. Queen takes, and hello, checkmate, and knight's hanging. Well, the queen's defending that, so maybe it's not that bad. But definitely not ideal, right? The queen's coming into h8, and yeah, it's not good. Well, you'd have to push a pawn to block that, but less than ideal for sure. And it also allows for like rook b1, pinning the knight. So bishop takes, very invitational move for this queen. Probably not the best move. Instead, what should be played, maybe like knight d3 makes sense, actually. But yeah, this is board 2. We actually just missed board 1. We have a result. Wow, hold on. So this is Gladura from Webster. Username is Proman, or Proman, I don't know. But Victor Matvishin from Texas Tech. Let's check this out. We last looked at this position from here. Rook lifts, knight in, bishop takes, knight takes, rook takes, bishop takes, king takes, rook takes, bishop here. And what's going on? What is going on? Ah, look at this. F4, super calm, super clean. Actually, why not just take on d5 right away? You probably could have. Yeah, here, and there goes your knight. So, wow. Yeah, just a clean tactic from Victor Matvishin, and he now is taking over the #1 spot of the tournament. Gladura was at 6.5 out of 7, only 1 draw. This is his first loss of the tournament now that we're down to the wire here, the last few rounds. So Victor leapfrogging ahead at 7 out of 8. He has only 1 loss so far. Yeah. That's also pretty big for Texas Tech. For their team score. That's actually going to hurt Webster. Webster's top player not getting a point there. Let's check on Grigory Oparin versus Camille Dragoon. This is a Mizzou player versus UTRGV. So big matchup. Oparin, he's at 5.5 out of 7. He's the #1 player for Mizzou, so he's trying to lead the way for them, trying to get some points for their team. They're definitely in it to win it. Dragoon from UTRGV, he's their top player, also at 5.5. So this is a pretty big matchup. What's been going on these last few moves? Let's see. So trade on d5, trade the bishop for the knight. And white's got the bishop pair, but lo and behold, what is going on here? F5. This is some aggressive stuff. This is aggressive. Wow, resignation that quick. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on here. So f5, this rook wants access to g2. And I think the point is that you have rook takes followed by king takes and knight f4 check. So yeah, and I mean, I guess you get the queen for 2 rooks. But what else? I mean, we saw resignation, but like, okay, if king comes back, rook takes, knight e2 check. I don't really know. I don't really know what's going on. But doesn't look good. Queen c6. Yeah, there goes this guy. All right. Well, Oparin with the big point against University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley. Here's Tennis Master. This is Quesada Unieski from Webster. He's playing against Carl Lucas. This is a player from UT Dallas. He's not titled here online, but he is titled. He's a strong player. Carlos Juxta. Either way, he's at 5.5 out of 7, so pretty strong. But yeah, this position more or less even material, right? Rook on the g file, I think that's pretty strong for black, right? Opposite this white king, hitting the knight immediately. And what else is there? Both players under a minute, so this is getting down to the wire. Yeah, queen on d1 seems pretty passive. All right, knight's going in. Knight's trying to get to d6. I like this square a lot for white. Now the question is, can black take advantage of this open g file, just pointing right at white's king? We have opposite side castles here. Black has a connected pass pawn on the d file. That's going to be a long-term advantage, a strength. Very low on time for the Dallas player. Knight back to c6. What's this doing? Well, it's attacking e5. So the knight on f7 is defending that. But the knight can be kicked, right? This also clears the way for the d-pawn if the d-pawn wants to push. Not sure it really does want to do that, but okay. Rook to e3, defending the e-pawn so that the knight isn't locked down to defend it. Less than 15 seconds now. All right, queen to c7, attacking the knight. Will we see knight h5? Well, it's also attacking the pawn on e5. I imagine queen h5 and then just like rook attacks the knight somehow. Not to g7. Don't do that. Yeah, don't play rook g7 because then queen h8 check. But there's like rook f8, right? 5 seconds for Carolus. All right, rook e1. So d4 has been played, but this could be potentially weakening. King steps up. And now what? Knight back, attacking e6. Oh, that's a pin. So now f4. That also defends e5. Queen back over, supporting the d-pawn. Antipov won his game. How's Raja versus Khanun doing? All right, Khanun is up a pawn, up an outside pawn, an upside pass pawn. Outside. All right, so knight e4 has been played. Wait, is there not just g4? G4, king takes, rook takes, e4, king takes, h4. Wow. All right, king steps up now. So now threatening rook takes on e4. Knight check. Hold on. King here. What's going on? Down to a minute for Conan. Raj is fighting for his life right now. All right, he's moved the bishop. This is a big threat now. That wins the knight. All right. Knight's back. Let's look at this game. Back here again. Both knights are hanging. This pawn is hanging after this knight moves, which it kind of has to. 2 seconds. 1 second. Takes. Gotta move the rook. King f3. Rook over. Rook takes. You could trade rooks, but that's just a draw. Still the strong results from the Dallas player, right? This to me looks completely drawn. I mean, maybe White's king is a little more active. Let's check on this one. Stavrula from Slew. I'm sure there's some Slew fans in the St. Louis Chess Club chat. Although 2 of these schools are from St. Louis. There's Slew and there's Webster. I'd imagine the St. Louis Chess Club has closer relations to the Slew team than the Webster team, but maybe it's all the same. This is an interesting position. It's bishop pair versus knight and bishop, but black is up 3 pawns. They're all isolated, and the e pawns are doubled. So, yeah, black is definitely for choice. Don't get me wrong. It's just tough. It's tough with these weak pawns. Stavrula fighting for her life to hold on there. Viktor Gajic, Funo trying to get some points there. This game still looking like as draw as can be. Yep, a7, king takes b5. Draw as it gets. Oh, Anna Maria beat Chris Repka. So Webster getting points out of Mizzou there. But I don't know if either of those players are top 4 for their team. Maybe Anna Maria is actually. I'm not sure. Conan beat Raja. That's a big point for Texas Tech. All right, and then Antipov. Wait, what happened in this game? Antipov won against Jacob. Here's Luca versus Sorokin. Uh-oh. King over, bishop here, and you can't stop mate. Wow. So Sorokin gonna beat Mizzou. So yeah, Raja lost and Luca lost. That's not good for the Mizzou team. They're getting some L's here towards the end of the tournament. Let's see how Viktor Gajic tries to convert this against Stavrula. All right, bishop here attacking the knight. Knight should move. Or you give check, maybe. No, and then there's bishop takes. Even still, you're up 2 pawns there, right? Maybe you don't want to give them away. Like knight d5 makes sense. Oh, going for this. Wow. Takes, bishop takes e6. Is that a thing? Or is that just losing? I don't know. Wow, didn't do bishop takes e6. Okay, well. I'll just push the e-pawn, right? e5, e6, or e4. No, trying to trade off this bishop. Bishop back. Also, it's funny you guys just missed the previous round. We had a game last 175 moves and ended in 50 move rule. It was a rook versus a bishop end game. All right, saving the knight. Check, king up. Check. King, you can block with the knight check. King continuing the forward journey. And this e-pawn is going to get personally escorted up the board. So looking pretty tough for Stavroula. I mean, even with the bishop pair, as strong as it might be. She made that last move with only 1 second on her clock. The e-pawn is rolling. All right, bishop d5, pinning the pawn. Putting a stop to it for now. But there's what? Knight f6, bishop to c6. And now maybe king e2. Bishop d4. Bishop attacking the knight. Knight moves. The knight's threatening e5 check. That's a fork. Bishop block. No, but the king takes it. Oof. So Stavroula, she gets beaten here by Viktor Gajic from, I want to say UTRGV. Is he from Texas Tech? No, yeah, he's RGV. Okay. Rio Grande Valley. All right, how many more games are left? Pawn Wonder here. That's one. This is Dante Bucas from Rio Grande Valley as well. And yeah, he's up a pawn, but how is this going to work? How is this going to work? Rook a6. King f8. Rook going backwards. Just going to check from behind, perhaps. Check, check. Check. Uh-oh. King g8. Check. Rook g7. Wow. Pawn Wonder squeaking a win out of nothing. After this move, you need to play king f8 or rook f1 or rook g4. Any of these moves, but alas, you allow the king into g8 and you allow rook blocks on g7 and black is losing. Wow. The technique there from Dante. Taking on Ash. That is Asrith Biredavolu from University of Maryland. All right. How many games is that? How many games we have left? That might have been the last game of the round. And the last round of the tournament should be starting any minute now. But yeah, I believe Victor Matvishin is in #1 spot with 7 out of 8. And Alexei Sorokin also tied. Wait, are those the two Texas Tech players with 7 points? That's crazy. Did Conan also win? That's 3 points for the Texas Tech team. That's huge. Their 4th board is like way lower on the rating lists. But they still have 4 points. I don't know how they did. Francesco Bortolucci, Castle SC. He's at 4 out of 8. But Texas Tech has like so many strong players at the top. It's crazy. I mean, if they're top 2 boards, they're both leading the tournament at 7 out of 8. Like, and Seaman Conan won against Raja. So, yeah, I mean, Texas Tech, they're crushing it, man. So yeah, only one final round left, and then we're gonna see who wins. I mean, Texas Tech is in a fantastic position to win not only the individual tournament but also the team tournament. Mizzou, they lost on some of their boards. I'm gonna have to do a quick mental count of this, but yeah, let's exit out of these games. Let's wait for the next games to start. Okay. Texas Tech, they got 2 players at 7, 1 at 6.5, and their 4th board, Andras Horvath. Is that right? At 4? Uh-oh. Yeah, their bottom boards both did not do well. So 1 player at 4, that's 10.5 plus 14 is 24.5, right? So Texas Tech is at 24.5. Mizzou, meanwhile, their top 2 boards both are 6.5, so that's 13. The 3rd board is at 6, so that's 19. And their 4th board, Raja, is at 5.5. So they're also at 24.5. Right? Oh my God, they're tied. Mizzou and Texas Tech are tied at 24.5. That's crazy. Now Webster, meanwhile, they might actually be winning. They have 2 players at 6, 1 player at 6.5, and 1 player at 5.5. Wow, that's 24 points, right? So they're a half point behind Texas Tech and Mizzou is Webster. UT Rio Grande Valley, I just don't think is in there. They have 1 at 6, 2 at 5.5, no, 3 at 5.5. So that is what, 22.5 points, something like that. Yeah, this is the final round of the tournament, so you guys are tuning in at the perfect time. It's just about to be starting this final round, but this is going to determine the champions, the title champions for the U.S. College Rapid. This is a big round. This is the final round. This is going to determine the champion. I mean, this is what it all comes down to. We started like over 6 hours ago. Texas Tech, they have 2 chances to secure first, which is huge for them. I'm assuming it's going to be Sorokin versus Grigori Oparin. Like, I mean, maybe they've already played. I don't know. And like Victor Matvishin versus, well, Matvishin just beat Webster's top board, Gladura, right? So that was Gladura's first loss. Yeah. And Grigori hasn't played either Matvishin or Sorokin. So we might see Sorokin versus Gladura and Matvishin versus Oparin would be my guess. But I don't know. I don't know Swiss well enough. This round decides it all. That's correct. But yeah, Texas Tech, I mean, all they need is a draw on either of the top 2 boards, and they win the individuals tournament, which is crazy, though, because between 2 Texas Tech players, like how do you know, I guess they're both playing to win, right? And if they both win, I mean, I guess who's it go to on tie breaks? They do have a tiebreak rule, which is interesting. I don't even see the tiebreak rule. It's somewhere. Anyways, have the game started yet? I think they need a little more time to figure it out. But that's okay. Yeah, we're just waiting for the final round to start here. And I'm pretty sure Mizzou and Texas Tech are tied for first for the team. Now, what are the only chances that other teams have at winning the tournament? So, really, it's between Mizzou, Webster, and Texas Tech. Those are the only teams that can win both team and individual, I'm pretty sure. Victor Gajic has 6, not 5. It says he lost his last 3, huh? Are you in the tournament? Are you in the? Can you relay that to? Well, I'm messaging our arbiter, our chief arbiter, to double check. Yeah, he did win his last game, huh? I see it. I see it, Glenny. Yeah, hoping that they get that right before they start the next pairing, right? That would be rough. But thank you for pointing that out. I'm hoping that they know. But yeah, the round hasn't started yet, so they're still trying to figure it out. They're still doing everything. I'm assuming they're double checking. It's a tough tournament, you guys. This is a long day for all of us, all the players, the staff. I mean, we're doing our best here. Hopefully, we get through this. But yeah, sometimes people make mistakes. All right, I received word that they know. So things will be fixed. Yeah. So all is well in the world. And yeah, thank you again for pointing that out. If there's any other mistakes, people need to let us know. But yeah. Oh man, what a long Sunday, huh? Oh, it's almost 4. I started at 9. It's like what, 7 hours? It's gonna be 7 hours. It's funny. I could stream a lot longer as like a individual, but these tournaments, they take a lot. And like if I think this is a lot tough, like imagine playing. These players are just absolute athletes, and it was really cool to have Liam on earlier and explain that they do a lot of physical exercise as well. What happened? Just wondering. Results of one of the games was input incorrectly, which would change the scores for teams and players and pairings, and we're going to make sure that we get that fixed up and get it right. 3 jugs of Sunny D. It was such a steal. Nice. Yeah, that's exciting stuff. I myself have not had Sunny D in years, or been to the Dollar Tree. I don't, of all the things that I could be doing right now, that's definitely one of them. That is one of the things. I unfortunately have not had that opportunity yet today, but who knows? Who knows? The day is still young. After this, I'm probably gonna eat dinner and then I don't know. There's so much I could. I wish it wasn't so cold out. It's like snowing where I am, so it's hard for me to go out. But yeah, I don't have any plans. This is the highlight of my day, 100%. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. This is it. This is the final round. I'm just waiting for these games to start, man. Any second now. 3:45. So we are a little behind schedule, but that's okay. Just by about 15 minutes here. But yeah, I blame that round 7 game that lasted 175. No, I'm just kidding. Big money, man. No. This even, okay, 1 minute delay is like not that long, but it makes a big difference in reading the chat, in my opinion, because by the time I'm talking about something else, you guys are still hearing me from a minute ago. And I have no idea how much 1 minute delay actually helps with I don't know. Well, it helps. It snowed yesterday for you guys. Was that your first snow? I'd say it snowed here maybe like 7 times already in the month of November. It snowed like 2 or 3 days in a row starting November 1st, which was impressive. Like literally the day after Halloween. All right. Looks like they have fixed the standings. Look at that. Oh, it's all in right order now. That was huge, dude. That changed Victor Gajic from like 25th to 9th. That's actually exactly what it did. So 1 point is a huge difference. And yeah, that's a point for UTRGV as well. Is that, I mean, are they still in the standing though for team prize. I'm so impressed by Texas Tech. They have 2 players tied for first at 7 points out of 8, but they have their 4th player all the way down in the 57th spot with 4 points out of 8. It's kind of crazy. You had a heat wave last week. Okay. Are these games ready? Close. Man, the last round, it's always the hardest. Man. We've added a impromptu break here in between rounds 8 and 9. They made a mistake again, Brigham. Do you know what the mistake was? That's unfortunate if true. Yeah, I mean, yeah. I think for next week for the Blitz Championship, this will be a lot smoother of a process. And we'll be more ready for it. We might even have more help, which would be nice, I think. I guess in the meantime, I can check my math on these scores for the teams. Yeah, Texas Tech at 24.5. Mizzou also at 24.5. So close. Webster at 24. Yeah, it's so close. New pairings and took it. Yeah, I think one of the scores was input incorrectly. So Mizzou and Texas Tech at 24.5 and Webster at 24, huh? That's crazy, man. 3 schools within a half point. It's funny. They have team scores already listed. I was doing all that math. UTRGV is at 23. UT Dallas is at 22. SLU is at 18. Wisconsin Madison is in 7th with 13. Arizona State 12. Baylor University in 9th. Berkeley in 10th. UT Austin 11. Maryland is 12th. Purdue 13. Texas A&M, AMU or A&M. Yeah, sorry. Colorado Boulder's in there. Tulsa's in there. Rutgers. South Florida, Polytech. From Virginia, University of Arizona, UC Santa Barbara, Rice, Texas State Technical College, UC San Diego, Buffalo, Northeastern, Ocean County College, Central Florida, University of Louisville, Yale. Is anyone else sleepy? I'm definitely sleepy. I wish Yale was higher up, man. They got some stronger players in there for sure, but only one player here, it seems. Same with UChicago, dude. Man, a lot of people didn't come out for this, huh? Maybe they will for the Blitz. I don't know. Infraid, thank you for the follow. Welcome. What's up, Max? Good to see you. You're yawning while playing. I'm watching Joe from the past right now. Tell Joe from the past that I said hello. We're almost done here, folks. We got one round left. Come on, one game. One game to decide the fate of the Rapid Championship. One game to decide the winner, the team winners, the best female player. Let's see. Who is the best female player? Begim from Mizzou, perhaps? Crazy Girl? She's tied with Anna Maria Marjanovic from Webster. I'm assuming it's those two. I could be missing someone. All right, looks like we've got a game underway. Here we go. Board 1, Oparin versus Alexei Sorokin. Oparin needs a win, and he needs Victor Matvishin to lose. Max, thanks for the follow. Oh boy, Sorokin giving some time odds here. Did the players know the game is underway? All right, 14 seconds in, and Sorokin's made a move. He's there. Where is board number 2? Where is Victor Matvishin? Let me try to find him. Here it is. Oh my goodness, he's playing against Antipov. This is what you want to see. Mizzou versus Texas Tech and Texas Tech. And Victor Matvishin, he's giving time odds too. The Mizzou players are there. They're ready. The Texas Tech players, they've been lulled into a sleep. They're giving time odds. This is not what they need at this moment. This is their time to shine, and Mizzou is taking full advantage. These two teams are tied at 24.5 points each. Victor now, having spent an entire minute, somebody from Texas Tech, wake him up. Tell him the game has started. Oh, boy. Joe says hi from the past. Nice. All right. All right, Victor's there. He gave a full minute and 13 seconds, and Antipov not wasting any time. Here we go. What a game. Open Sicilian and Najdorf, it seems. I think we want to keep an eye on Oparin here. This is the big. These are big games, man. Who else? Antipov could also win with a win. So, yeah, man, these Mizzou players, they're helping each other out, right? Because they're both playing up against the Texas Tech players. And to win the individuals tournament, they also need the other Texas Tech player to lose, right? Because if one of them draws, then they'll be tied for first. I don't know how the tiebreaks work. I should probably know that. We had it written down somewhere. I don't know where it went. Um. Anyways. Ah, I see it. I see it. Hold on. No, I still don't see it. I know that it's like, I'm pretty sure it's USCF rules. Well, anyways, these are some big games. I'm really excited to watch these top two boards. Who else could potentially win here? Well, it's less likely, but still possible, so I will mention it. We have a player from Webster, Gladura, at 6.5, and we have Conan from Texas Tech also at 6.5. They will need a win, and they will need, I don't know what they'll need. They have to win, and then they need to win on tie breaks is the problem, because no matter what happens on the boards above, they will be tied at 7.5. So yeah, the Mizzou players against the Texas Tech players, they can win with a win, but they also need Gladura and Conan to lose or draw. So let's check on Gladura. Who is Gladura playing? He's playing Lucky Luca from Mizzou as well. Man, the Mizzou players, it seems like they all got their pairings. They have their work cut out for them. Who is Conan playing? That's like the wild card there. He's playing against Webster player Unieski, right? Quesada? Yeah. Wow. So yeah, if Webster if Gladura wins, I mean, yeah, you have to win on tie breaks, but so much happening right now. Texas Tech, they've got, a tie with Mizzou at 24.5. You think they're on scholarship? Yeah. No, the top 6 schools from this event are all scholarship teams. So it's Mizzou, Webster, and SLU from Missouri, UT Rio Grande Valley, UT Dallas, and Texas Tech from Texas. So 3 schools in Missouri, 3 schools in Texas. They're the best schools in college chess, and they're proving it right now. They're showing their talent. They should do rock, paper, scissors. You're joking, but one of the tie breaks is legitimately a coin flip. I don't know where I saw that. I wish I saw it or could show you guys somewhere. I see the rules for tie breaks from last season. So number of scored points, then sulk off, then cumulative, and then cumulative of opposition, and then the last one is a literal coin toss. So I don't know who's in charge of doing the coin toss, but I don't think it should get to that. If it gets to that, then holy smokes, what a close tournament. I think we're definitely gonna have some tie breaks though. I think 2 players or more are gonna be tied at 7.5. Or unless either Sorokin or Matt Vishen can win. I mean, that's the ultimate test. So let's stick with this Oparin game here. This is board number 1. And Oparin's got the black pieces here. So yeah, we see a couple piece shuffling around. Like he put bishop on b4 and then back to e7, knight to h5, and back to f6. Like, yeah, knight here, bishop back, comes back here. Maybe a little draw offer from Sorokin. You know, he's like, hey, I'm up ahead of you by a half point. I'll take the draw. And Oparin's like, no, I'm in it to win it, so I'm gonna keep playing. And we reach this position here, and Oparin's up a little bit in time, over 2 minutes, so that's pretty good. Bishop has moved to e3. How many times has this bishop moved in this game alone? It's a lot. It's a lot of bishop moves, I gotta say. It makes sense. Okay, so man, Oparin's got this pawn all the way down to a3. That's kind of annoying, no? And maybe could even win a pawn. Like, I don't know what's going on here. I guess there's this push. Kind of annoying. Well, let's see. All right, takes on b2. Queen takes b2. Queen takes. I'm looking at like rook b8. Maybe get this guy pulling. It's tempting to take here, but push here. I don't know. Bishop a3 played. Queen's got to go again. Grigory's got the a file. Rook b8 played. Maybe the b pawn pushes. How's the teammates doing? This is crazy. We got Texas Tech versus Mizzou, man, on all these. And Conan is playing against Unieski, right? Man, look at this knight is just not being captured. Knight in, bishop in, knight on f5, bishop back, dare not take. Queen comes in with mate, so step the bishop back. I mean, this is looking good for the Webster player Unieski. That's not good for Conan from Texas Tech. Yo, Eric Rosen with a huge raid. Let's go. You guys are tuning in at the absolute best moment of the entire tournament. I started over 6 hours ago. This is the U.S. Collegiate Rapid Championship. My name is Joe, and I am covering this tournament. And hopefully you guys will be back next weekend, because hopefully I'm planning on bringing Eric Rosen on for some more commentary on college chess. So if you guys remember last year, he covered the Collegiate Chess League finals. That's going to happen again on Saturday, starting at 11 a.m. Pacific time. Now, the Blitz Championship is going to happen next Sunday. That's a week from today. That's going to start at 9 a.m. Pacific. So next weekend is a huge weekend for college chess. We've got both the Collegiate Chess League finals, where Chess.com is giving out $20,000 in prizes. And we also have the U.S. College Blitz Championship. Right now, this is the final round of the Rapid Championship. Two teams are tied at 24.5 points. It's Texas Tech and Mizzou. And we have the top two boards, both from Texas Tech and Mizzou. So right here, this is board number 1. Grigory Oparin from Mizzou with the black pieces playing against Alexei Sorokin. Alexei Sorokin from Texas Tech, has 7 out of 8 points. Grigri is trailing by a half point. He's at 6.5 out of 8. So, yeah, Oparin needs a win. Meanwhile, on board 2, their teammates are playing. We have Antipov with the white pieces, also from Mizzou, playing against Victor Matvishin from Texas Tech. And Matvishin, same as his teammate Sorokin, also has 7 out of 8. So Matvishin and Sorokin are both from Texas Tech, and they're the tournament leaders. They're both tied for first with 7 out of 8. Antipov is at 6.5 out of 8, same as Oparin, and he's also from Mizzou. So the 2 Mizzou players are trying to overthrow the 2 Texas Tech players at the top. This is boards 1 and 2. Not only that, but their teams are tied at 24.5 points. So that's going to be huge. Imagine if both Mizzou players win, surely their team will overcome that tie. And not only that, to make matters even more complicated, there are 2 other players that have 6.5 out of 8. They could also win their game and leapfrog their way to the top of the tournament. And one of them is Seaman Conan from Texas Tech as well. He has 6.5 out of 8. He's playing a player from Webster, Unieski Quesada, also known as the tennis master. I wonder if he's ever played against Eric Rosen in either chess or tennis. Who knows? And then there's one final player at 6.5, Benjamin Gladura, also from Webster here, with the white pieces, playing against Lucky Luca, who's also from Mizzou. Timing is always impeccable. Always know the perfect time to raid. That's true. Anytime Eric Rosen raids is a perfect time to raid, to be fair. So shout out once again to Eric Rosen. Really appreciate the raid. And I really look forward to next weekend covering the Collegiate Chess League finals. So that's going to be really exciting. All right. So this is the final round, and I'm going to try to stick to the top board here, Oparin versus Sorokin. This is the big one. The tension is definitely palpable. That is correct. All right. Anyways, how was the stream, Eric? Hope it was good. But yeah, lots of crazy chess happening right now in the world. We've got the Speed Chess Championship. We've got Collegiate Chess League playoffs. We've got the U.S. College Rapid and Blitz Championship. And next month, we've got the chess boxing event in L.A. There's going to be the North American Open in Las Vegas. In January, we've got Pan Am's, the biggest in-person college tournament. That's going to be in Seattle. I'm going to be there giving commentary. I'm really looking forward to that. Okay, hold on. Can Sorokin take on h6? No, this bishop's here, right? This is kind of looking a little scary. Queen comes all the way back, and the bishop launches to a4 immediately. Oparin is playing the clock. He's up over a minute, and he knows it. Both sides with a bishop pair and a rook pair, and the queen's still on the board, so lots of material. But yeah, I mean, white has both bishops pointing directly at this king, and combined with the queen, I mean, there's some pressure, but black was in time to counteract everything. So white definitely has a bit more of an aggressive position, right? Rook's doubled on the b file, bishops pointing right at the king. But black is matching everything equally, tit for tat, right? And look at this queen coming back. We might see the bishop coming back as well. Although, now that we push the b pawn, this pawn is defended, right? So, what exactly is going on here? This is a move. You guys might want to know that I'm looking at the top recommended move here, which is rook c3, exactly what Oparin has played. And that comes with a threat on the bishop. So now probably white has to just retreat, bring the queen back, and this maybe allows for doubling. I don't know. Maybe that drops the B pawn. Doesn't seem good. Just a hunch. Spoiler alert. The tennis championship now in Italy, Nadal lost. I don't follow tennis, for better or for worse. But congrats to whoever beat him. All right, let's check on the second board real quick. Antipov versus Matvishin. And oh my goodness, look at the clock. Matvishin is under 2 minutes and Antipov is over 4. So this could be a good sign for success for Antipov. Can he do it? Oparin's teammate here from Mizzou. And Texas Tech, they're tied at first for the team score at 24.5 with Mizzou. But the problem is that Texas Tech, they have their fourth board not doing too well. They're only at 4 out of 8. So Mizzou has a lot of players at the top that they can steal points, especially against the Texas Tech players. Any points that Texas Tech doesn't get are points that are lost. Whereas Mizzou, they could lose points, but they have enough players to make up for that. And look at this tactic, ladies and gentlemen. We have queen b5, bishop takes, and you need to play rook takes. Queen takes was played in now 95. That's a fork. Antipov, in the time pressure, he's bringing out the mistakes from Matvishin, and Matvishin is giving up an exchange here. Surely rook takes or knight takes on c6 is going to be played. I mean, maybe White's contemplating rook d5, and he's played it. Rook d5, what a move. Attacking the queen, defending the knight. This is just absolute harassment here from Antipov's pieces, just tossing the queen around the board, saying, you know what? I'm not even going to take your rook right now. I'm going to wait. I'm going to take it when I'm ready. So right now, takes, and look, there goes the D pawn now. If you took it earlier, then there would have been, well, I guess there could have still been queen takes. Yeah, why didn't he take with the queen? What the heck? I mean, maybe he wants queen takes here. But no, this is looking rough. This is looking rough. F3, I mean, feel like we can take that, right? I mean, take with the queen, there's a discovery, okay. But I mean, this is just desperation from Victor Matvishin at this point. But no, this is huge for the Mizzou team. I mean, a point for them plus the point not going to Texas Tech. I mean, that's a double whammy right there. That honestly might be the team championship decided. Now, I do want to mention there are other teams in contention. Webster is at 24 points. That's only a half point behind either of these two teams. So we can't count them out just yet. Oh, we have a result already. Funo, Victor Gajic winning. This is a UT Rio Grande Valley player beating a player from UT Dallas. So one of the Texas rivalry matchups there. And this was a quick one. This was only 32 moves, and this king got opened up. And yeah, rook check is just made. Crazy. So, UT Rio Grande Valley, though, unfortunately, I don't think could catch up, to be honest. They're at 23 points. That's a full 1.5 points behind these two teams. Going to be really hard for them to catch up with just one round to go. Okay, let's check back in with Oparin. How's this one looking? We have some updates here. Let's look at where we last let off. So we saw the rook c3 move played. Rook over. This is passive. Rook takes with bishop fork. So sack the exchange to get the exchange back. What does this do? Well, it helps simplify, but it also wins the a pawn. So that's a really nice tactic from Oparin. He's going to snag that pawn and bring the queen back. He's not going to push too hard, but he does know that he has the advantage now, which is great. Bishop takes. This is perhaps a little weakening of this king here, but there's not any good entrance squares, and white, frankly, has opened up their king as well. So the queen's coming in, perhaps trying to line up a checkmate here, but this bishop is a key defender of g7. White's going to have to combine that with the rook, but black is going to have a couple moves, perhaps, to stir up some trouble of their own. Rook c2 played. Nice maneuvering here from Oparin, bringing the queen back, changing the guard of the defense of b6, right? You won the a pawn. This is your advantage, the b pawn, right? This is an outside pass pawn. Now, queen here, a rook here on the second, and maybe we swing the rook this way and trade off that rook. My name is not Funo. Yeah, hi Pablo. Yeah, we do see rook a2, and I don't think that you can stop here unless, I mean, maybe queen here, but a queen here looks really good. Man, I love how Oparin's playing. Look at the clock. He's up over 3 minutes. I mean, this is exactly what Mizzou wanted. They got their top 2 boards against the top 2 Texas Tech boards. And they're going to get some points here. And now it's, like I said, it's not over yet. They still have some other of the players that they need points from. So who is Mizzou's third player, you might ask? They have Lucky Luca, another grandmaster. Let's try to find, he's playing against Benjamin Gladura, who was in the lead for a large majority of this tournament. And Luca, down to their final second, barely getting that move off in time. They're in severe time pressure. Gladura is up as well, a pawn. So this is looking good for the Webster player. So it's not over yet, right? Gladura is playing. We also have Unieski playing. How's this game going? He's so low on time, but he's up in material. Look at this. He's got discoveries. Rook takes. Hold on. Was there something else? Rook takes g6. Maybe a little bit better because you can also take on g4 there with tempo. Okay. So he's up 2 pawns. He's low on time. But Webster's, they're right in it. They could win too. This is not looking good, though, for Conan. And that's even looking worse for Texas Tech. Those are their 3 top players. They could have 3 losses. That would definitely be the end of their team event as well as their individuals event. They could go from the favorite to winning it all to losing it all in 1 round. Absolutely crazy swing. So it could just be down to Webster and Mizzou. Okay, Antipov finally won his game against Matt Vishin. A nice finish there. And yeah, I mean, Antipov is tied for first, guaranteed. How is this game going with Oparin and Sorokin? What is going on? Okay, Rook and Bishop versus Rook and Bishop, but Oparin has won a 2nd pawn. Wow. And now a 3rd pawn. Okay. The house is crumbling now for Sorokin, and I think Texas Tech is going to be out of it. For at least, yeah, I mean, the team prize and the individuals prize. Unless Sorokin finds a miracle here, no, he's done. He's had enough. He resigns. So we have a 2-way tie for first right now between the 2 Mizzou players. That's going to be as close as it gets to clinching a win. I don't know how Webster is doing. I know that Gladura looks good here against Lucky Luca, and Lucky Luca is also one of the Mizzou players that is counting towards their top 4 players. So Webster could steal some points from Mizzou perhaps, and maybe their other players are going to be good enough to steal the first place team prize. Gladura also is at 6.5, and a win from Gladura would tie him 3 ways for first, which would be crazy. And how's Conan doing? Oh, Conan looks like he's gonna lose. Wait, was Rook here not just winning a piece? He goes here instead. Well, either way, looks like Kanan's not going to win this. So Tennis Master, that is Unieski Quesada from Webster. I mean, dude, Webster, they're getting points, and they could catch Mizzou. Plus, this game here is literally against Mizzou, and it looks like it's going to go in Gladura's favor. So this is going to be really hectic to figure out what the tiebreak is between the top two Mizzou players and Gladura here, assuming he finishes out for a win. So Gladura is up 2 pawns right now. He's got a connected passer as well. This knight is being tricky and absolutely harassing the queen right now. Probably there's even, well, no, I don't know where the queen goes, but you got to guard this pawn, no? No, he doesn't. Attacks the knight first. Now attacks the knight. Knight's got to move. So there's no time to take here, or is there? Can we take here? Probably not. Oh no, because there's knight fork. All right, I see it now. So the king moves, but now you lose the knight. All right, there goes the pawn. The knight's hanging. I mean, life is good, right? Queen here looks solid. I mean, there's no queen. There's queen check here. I don't know. Queen check, king up, and then take that. But surely there's got to be a mate, right? No, maybe it's too risky. Queen here's played anyways, right? Queen a1. What else would you play? Low time, under 15 seconds. King up, of course. Takes on b4, but now the queen and the knight are completely opened up to do as they will here against this black king, with only a couple pawns for shelter and maybe some queen long distance. Pawn push. Giving up another pawn here. Queen takes, but oh, not trading queens off. Interestingly enough. Grabbing the pawn, okay. Defending the knight, very key. Trying to come here, queen check, knight back. So just purely up a knight. But good news for black is that if you could trade off, well, no, that's another pawn. I was going to say, if you could trade both pawns off, up a knight is not enough to win. But Gladura is playing this so well. Let's see. And tons of time left as well. Yeah. All the top Texas Tech players literally lost. Oparin won. Antipov won. Unieski won. So all top 3 Texas Tech players lose. So Texas Tech is eliminated from both the individual tournament for the championship as well as the team championship. So they're not going to win either. Unfortunate for Texas Tech. They were in a prime position to clinch their own destiny, but unfortunately they got losses on all top 3 of their boards. Mizzou, though, they lose here to Webster. Webster has 2 wins, and Mizzou has 2 wins. The problem, though, is that Webster was a half point behind, so tying them is not going to be enough in this round. They're going to have to catch up and overcome. So what exactly is left? Well, we have Raja here from Mizzou against Rai Chessmaster. Raja is up in exchange, and I don't know. We've seen these rook versus bishop endgames last over 170 moves before. Does Rai Chessmaster, the FIDE master, know the technique? Who is Rai Chessmaster from? Rai Chessmaster. This is Ryan Ambergy from Tulsa. Okay, cool. Well, he's playing against Raja. Raja is the 4th player from Mizzou. There's also Begim who played. Do I even have Begim's game pulled up? We're going to have to wait on the results. But yeah, well, who else is from Webster? There's Cantor Gergely. I didn't see his game. We have Fusik versus Andrew Mako here. Looks like Fusik is winning, but I believe he's from UT Dallas. No, he's from UTRGV. Yeah, I'm just focusing on this team prize. Like the Webster players, how'd they do, you know? How did Aram Hakobian do? I think all their games are pretty much finished by now. GG's, Nick. Yeah, I guess we keep watching Raja. I mean, if Raja gets a point though, that's got to be really good for Mizzou, right? That's 3 of their 4 boards with points. The only way for Webster to catch them would be if they got 3.5 or more, right? Their top 2 won. I don't know about their next 2. They also have John Burke, Aram Hakobian, and Anna Maria. How the cookie ended up crumbling? I'm pretty sure Mizzou won. But there is a tie for first for individuals with Benjamin Gladura. So yeah, we're not gonna know until the end here. Now this game though, okay, White lost a pawn somehow. That's not good. Raja actually might just get a draw here. In which case Mizzou's top 4 will only have 2.5. Unless I'm missing something with Bagim, which is very possible. I didn't see Bagim's game. Yeah, how did Bagim do? I'm gonna have to figure all that out. Do I start doing some investigative work? Gotta have to check out their profiles. No, Bagim lost her last game to Njal, which is Aram Hakobian, which is huge for Webster. Webster, no joke, could pass Mizzou for the team standings. How did John Burke do? That's unfortunate for Mizzou. Their player lost to a Webster player. Okay, and John Michael Burke also won. Oh my goodness. Webster coming up big. I think Webster actually might have passed Mizzou. No joke. Because in this position, hold on, wait, is Raja gonna win this? That's gonna be huge. We've seen this like ending so many times today, and the FIDE master has to be perfect. Look at this. He missed rook b8 check. Wait, what is rook b8 check? He takes here, it doesn't even matter. Check here, back. Oh my goodness. How's this technique? Bishop versus rook. I mean, look at this king though. You can't ask for a better placed king. What on earth is happening right now? 5 seconds for Ryan. He moves the king. Rook e1, king over. Rook over. The point is he's threatening check, block, and just simply king move. Putting black in Zugzwang. 1 second left on the clock. He's going to flag. Arshit Raja gets a huge point for Mizzou. So 3 of their top 4 players with points. They only lost from Luca. And, I mean, Crazy Girl also lost. That's Bagim. And she lost to a Webster player. So that's really big for Webster. I mean, the only way Webster could pass Mizzou is if they got 4 points, which I think they might have. I need to check on Cantor. How did Cantor do? I'm double checking that right now. If Cantor won, I think Webster won. Dude, Cantor won. Webster might have swept their top 4 boards. No joke. Webster had Benjamin Gladura win. They had Unieski win. They had Cantor win. And they had Their top 5 players all swept. I think Webster won the team event. And my guess is Mizzou won the individual event. But holy smokes, what an individual effort from the Webster players. I mean, all of them. They're just firing on all pistons. They had top 5 players win. Mizzou, they only had 3 of their top 5 players win. They had losses from Luca and from Crazy Girl. And to make matters even worse, I think they both lost to Webster players. Yeah, they did. Which is absolutely crazy. So Webster, with the come from behind team victory, now I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's how it came down. I don't see it happening any other way. Because, yeah, Webster, they were only behind by a half point. And they won all 5 of their top boards, and Mizzou only had 3. So, yeah, and it's a top 4 score, so that makes it. And it looks like Webster's going to win. So, yeah, we had the Webster coach, Liam Lay, join us earlier, and maybe he gave a little good luck to his team there. They win. They just beat Mizzou by a half point in that final round. Now, the winner of the individual tournament is yet to be determined. There's a 3-way tie that I know of. 2 Mizzou players, Antipov and Oparin, and 1 Webster player, Gladura. So, the tie breaks, I'm not entirely sure, but it's going to be close. But yeah, I'm not sure how long that's going to take. But yeah, congrats to Webster. I think it's safe to say at this point that they won the Rapid Championship as a team. As far as individuals, we're still going to have to figure that out. Now, for the top woman's prize, let me see if I can figure that out real quick. Ooh. Is it between SLU or Mizzou? Or Webster even? Talia, Stavrula, that's a couple St. Louis players. Yeah, I mean, Begim lost from Mizzou, so I don't think it's Mizzou, unfortunately. It might just be St. Louis University with Stavrula. From what I could tell, she went 6 out of 9. But so did her teammate Talia. So they both went 6 out of 9. I don't know how they would do on the tiebreak. There's also Gergana Pecheva from UT Dallas, also a 6 out of 9. So yeah. Oh man, what a day. So it's down to tie breaks. For the individuals, yes. For the teams, it's an outright winner with Webster. They brought it all out on that final round. So Oparin didn't win. He could have won. Probably Stavrula. That feels right, but I have no idea. The tie breaks, I mean, it seems like they have to do a lot of calculation. So I'm not sure. But yeah, this was an awesome tournament, awesome event. Huge round of applause to all the players. Huge round of applause to all the teams, all the coaches. And yeah, thanks to the arbiters and those that were doing the pairings. It was a lot of work, and really appreciate everything that everyone did to make this happen. And of course, thank you to the viewers for being here and for watching, and for the raids from both the St. Louis Chess Club and Eric Rosen. I really appreciate that. So yeah, I hope you all have a great rest of your Sunday. I'm not sure how long the tie breaks are going to take. I could do one quick double check on that. But yeah, for now, I think I'm going to end the stream here. It's been a long day. I'm gonna take a break and just go eat dinner and relax. I don't know. I have no other plans. But yeah, this has been incredible. Congrats again to Webster for winning. And I guess we'll announce the winners probably on chess.com as well as on our Discord and social media. So if you guys want to check all that stuff out, I would really appreciate that. We have everything linked on our channel if you go check out our about section. Yeah. Next weekend, it's a big one. We've got Collegiate Chess League finals on Saturday, as well as the U.S. College Blitz Championship on Sunday. So stay tuned for that. We'll be back next week. I also want to remind you all that we have started our podcast, which is every Friday. So I'm really excited to be doing that. We'll be bringing on some college chess players, maybe some coaches down the line, and other college chess aficionados and fans. So that's another thing that we're doing every week, which is super fun. But yeah, next weekend, it's a big one. So please feel free to follow if you want to stick around to watch that. And if not, I'll see you guys next time, wherever I see you. And yeah, GG's. Congrats again to Webster and their coach, Liam Lay, I'm sure is very proud. We had him on earlier. And yeah, we'll announce the winners on social media and everywhere else. That's it for now. My name's Joe. It's been a pleasure, and I will see you all next weekend. Take care. Okay, I think the tiebreak was just settled really quickly. I think Gladura won. Just going to say that. I think Webster won both the individual and the team prize. So if that holds true, congrats again to Gladura. Absolutely amazing performance. And man, Mizzou's so close at the end there. But yeah, Webster, they're dominant. They're strong. And I'm really looking forward to seeing them play again next weekend, both in the CCL finals and the Blitz Championship, but also in person in Seattle for the Pan Ams. And for all the teams that just came short, you guys will have another chance to maybe take Webster on in the Pan Ams, Final Four, as well as the Blitz Championship next weekend. So congrats again to Webster and Gladura specifically for the individuals, assuming that holds up. But yeah, that's it from me. Thanks again, everyone, and I'm going to send you guys off on a raid, so stick around for that. Take care.